am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and it's a pleasure to have you start your Easter Monday with us today. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Kano agrees investment deal with Morocco on energy, agriculture, and trade. PDP chieftains Keek as party leader endorsed Tinubu for 2027. SEC to clamp down influencers promoting unregistered investment. Oldest 7 U.S. astronauts returns to Earth on 70th birthday. De Bruyne surprised by Man City exit decision. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Kano state government has revealed that it is finalizing a series of land-back investment agreements with the Kingdom of Morocco. This investment will focus on renewable energy, agriculture, and commerce as part of a comprehensive economic repositioning strategy. A statement released on Saturday, April 19th by the governor's spokesperson Sanusi Bature Dawakin revealed that the development follows a recent high-level investment mission to Morocco led by Kano State Governor Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf. During the visit, the Kano delegation held strategic meetings with key Moroccan institutions, including the Ministry of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development, the Moroccan Agency for Sustainable Energy, the Moroccan Agency for Africa, and the Casablanca Chamber of Commerce. Moving on, some chieftains of the People's Democratic Party have faulted the endorsement of President Bola Tinubu by the governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umo Eno, and the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose. The chieftain, including a former Deputy National Vice Chairman, Chief Bode George, and Deputy National Youth Leader of the party, Timothy Osadolo, revealed that Eno and Fayose's position was capable of undermining the unity and future of the party. Governor Eno declared support for President Tinubu during the official flag-off of the 65-kilometer three-lane dual carriageway section of the highway project in Insead anti-local government area of the state. Still on, the Securities and Exchange Commission has warned social media influencers and bloggers against promoting unregistered investment schemes. SEC's Director General Imomotimi Agama gave the warning in a notice issued on Sunday in Abuja. Agama says the commission is working closely with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Nigeria Police Force, and other relevant government agencies to investigate and prosecute violators. The DG also warned that the recently enacted Investment and Securities Act 2025 specifically targets promoters of unregistered investment schemes. Now to end the local news, Nigerian chess master and humanitarian Tunde Onokoya has made history again, breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest chess marathon, surpassing the previous record of 61 hours. Onokoya partnered with United States chess master Sean Martinez to set this record. The chess master crossed the 62-hour mark, breaking the standard record and entering the Guinness World Record books. And on the foreign scene, America's oldest serving astronaut, Don Petit, has returned to Earth on his 70th birthday. The Soyuz MS-26 space capsule carrying Petit and his Russian crewmate Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner made a parachute-assisted landing in Kazakhstan state on Sunday, 20th of April. The astronauts spent 220 days on board the International Space Station, orbiting the Earth 3,520 times. According to the United States Space Agency, it was the fourth mission for Petit, who has now spent a total of 590 days in space. And also, thousands of people took on the streets across the United States on Saturday to protest over recent actions by President Donald Trump. The demonstrations were intended to coincide with the 250th anniversary of the start of the American Revolutionary War. From outside the White House, the Tesla dealerships, and at the centers of many cities, protesters expressed a variety of grievances, calling for the return of Kilma Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. According to reports, the protests also addressed a number of Trump actions, including those by the Department of Government Efficiency, Trump's initiative to cut United States government jobs, and other spending. And now to sports, Kevin De Bruyne has admitted that he was surprised to learn that his Manchester City career will come to an end at the end of the season. The 33-year-old Belgian playmaker confirmed he will leave the Etihad Stadium this summer, drawing the curtain on a glittering 9-year spell in Manchester. Despite returning from injury to deliver a string of impressive performances this season, De Bruyne revealed City did not table a new contract. Now to end the news, Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim has voiced his disappointment following a 1-0 home defeat to Wolves on Sunday, admitting that his aide lacks a lot as their struggle in the Premier League continue. The Red Devils had enjoyed a dramatic 5-4 Europa League quarter-final second-leg win over Lyon on Thursday, a result that masked the issues plaguing their domestic form. Sunday's defeat, however, dragged the club to 15th position, a new club record in the Premier League era. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is Newspaper Review. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
In Nigeria, the changes are perhaps more striking. Inflation has recently eased to less alarming levels. The exchange rate has receded, and foreign exchange reserves have been largely reconstituted. In terms of uncertainty and turbulence, two partners with shared values regarding a predictable, rules-based multilateral trading and international investment system should seek each other's company. And that is where Belgium and Nigeria can meet. Belgium as an extremely open economy, a founding father of the EU, and a headquarter to many of its institutions. Nigeria as the initiator of ECOWAS exactly 50 years ago, and as the most populous and biggest economy within West Africa. In the memorable year 2024, cocoa overtook crude oil for the first time as Nigeria's main export product to Belgium. In the course of that same year, a Nigerian expert took part in an exchange of expertise event organized by my ministry's think tank, the Egmont Institute, in the wake of the World Cocoa Conference that was equally held in Brussels. Our embassy visited the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria in Ibadan, and the Belgian investment company in developing countries ventured into exploring Nigeria's cocoa sector. While Nigerian and Belgian universities keep cooperating in the field of crop improvement and pest resistance. It's all about connecting the dots at all levels. In November 2025, about the time when our embassy will move its offices from Maitama to the EU compound in Central Business District, Flanders Investment and Trade and VOCA, the umbrella organization for Flemish entrepreneurs, will launch a trade mission from Belgium's most populous and most prosperous region into Nigeria. They will visit Lagos and Abuja with a focus on first movers in the agricultural and food sector in a broad sense, from 3 to 7 November 2025. The dates were actually communicated today itself. I say enjoy the party, but I would first give the floor for a goodwill message to the Minister of Regional Development, if he would grant us with that honor. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm glad to be associated with the Belgian embassy. We've had a very good relationship. At least last year we were here, and surprisingly, it's been too fast. I was surprised when I was sent the invitation. I realized it's 1 year already. That signifies that so many good things are happening. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost track of the months that ruled by. Let me say that Nigeria and Belgium enjoys a warm relationship, and the Nigerian businesses and the Belgian business community also have a wonderful relationship. I want to hope that all of us guests will enjoy the evening and continue to pray that God keeps us alive to witness Him next year. Thank you and good evening.
I'm from the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform. This platform is supported by the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. And I want to thank the ambassador for hosting us this evening, and to thank our friends from the Belgium Chamber of Commerce. Now, the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform basically exists to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and the 27 EU countries. And for Belgium, like the ambassador said, we've seen that the import from Nigeria now, it's basically cocoa. Cocoa is assuming a high dimension. So we're zeroing in on cocoa. We're checking the statistics just recently. We saw that Belgium imported 4.2 billion euros of cocoa products from around the world, but imported 146 million euros from Nigeria. So you can see that there's a huge scope to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and Belgium in cocoa sector. And We're going to be working with the chamber. We're looking forward to the forum in October to do sideline events, organize Nigerian state actors and private sector actors to do engagements with Belgium actors so that we can secure offtake, we can secure technical assistance to increase and improve our production of cocoa products to Belgium and to Europe. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to be here. We're happy to sign this partnership, and we look forward to expanding engagement with Belgium in the area of cocoa and also even shea nut. Nigeria is the second largest producer of shea nut in the world. We're first actually, but we're not in the value-added market. So these are scopes for us to expand engagement between the two countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We look forward to enjoying the evening together. Thank you.
From scarcity to food security. And it's really our pleasure to welcome you to this wonderful occasion.
BusinessDay Media Limited held the Future of Agriculture Conference 2025 on the 27th of March. The conference brought together industry leaders, policymakers, and investors under one roof to discuss how to unlock Nigeria's agricultural potential. This year's edition, themed Moving Nigeria from Scarcity to Food Security, implored the government to invest in the agricultural sector of the economy by empowering farmers and providing more infrastructure. In his welcome address, the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Ibohun, emphasized that Nigeria faces a pressing need to transform its food system, with people experiencing severe food insecurity.
Lagos has perhaps the largest population of all the states in Nigeria and recognizes that the people must feed. They will work in industries, work in aviation, but their life every day starts from a good breakfast. And it's for that reason that I commend the foresight of the governor and of the cabinet of Lagos State for choosing to be light in what is easily mostly darkness in Nigeria.
While speaking at the event, the Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, Abisola Olusonya, representing the Governor of Lagos, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, said agriculture is the cornerstone of Nigeria's economy, contributing approximately 22% to the GDP and employing around 36% of the labor force.
It is an honor to join you today at the BusinessDay Future of Agriculture Conference 2025, a timely gathering addressing the critical theme, moving Nigeria from scarcity to food security. This dialogue is not just a conversation, it is a call to action as we confront the escalating food security crisis in Nigeria, where an estimated 31.8 million people face severe food insecurity back in 2024. As Governor of Lagos State, I am acutely aware of our unique challenges and responsibilities. Our megacity consumes over 30% of Nigeria's food supply while producing less than 15% locally. This imbalance underscores the critical need for innovative solutions and collaborative efforts across all levels of government and the private sector.
The conference captured various key and solid panel sessions, all speaking critically towards the theme.
Driving a tractor is like driving a Dangote trailer. It's not the same. It's not like driving a car. Oh, somebody told me last week, said the tractor is an angry machine. He's very angry. I told some young ladies, so about half of the people are training in Kefi and Kaduna are women. Climb on this tractor and you don't want. But it's an angry machine. It's crying, it's zooming. But we need to train people to be able to manage these things. We work 1 hectare, which again, the way we describe it to smallholder farmers and rural farmers is 1 hectare is like the size of a football field. But then it's bigger than a football field. Tell able-bodied men, we work that land for a day, 8 hours a day, to actually plow it. 1 hectare. But do you know that a 75 horsepower will do 5 of that in a day?
We also got a chance to speak to some of the speakers behind the scenes, and they shared their summations.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah.
My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
My major takeaways from this event would be that, number one, we have actors who are really practicing within the space. And when I say actors, you're talking about from farmers themselves to those who are in the finance sector. And these are people who truly are catering to the people within the space, so they know what they're talking about. Number two, I'm very happy, again, like I mentioned earlier, it is a systemic solution that must be adopted. And a systemic solution means we cannot work in silos. We must cater to the issues surrounding logistics, we must cater to the issues surrounding storage, we must cater to the issues surrounding credit and finance and insurance and financial accessibility. We must cater to production itself. We must cater to climatic issues regarding ESG and what have you. We must cater to water resources even being made available. So when you put all of this together in one full basket and solutions are tailored to each and every one of them, but in congruence with one another, then we'll start to have the right kind of solutions to the entire problem. The bottom line at the end of the day is food availability. What is food availability? It is when food is made available at the right price, in the right quantity, at the right time, to the right consumers. And this is where markets also come in. Markets help to harmonize all of these efforts together. And for you and I, that comes up to us in the form of pricing and in the form of the freshness and wholeness of the food. So this is what we are doing in Lagos State Government, and I'm very happy that what Business Day is doing here today, it just harmonizes for us all of our efforts in the last couple of years.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector, you bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table.
Since inception, the Business Day Future of Agriculture Conference 2025 has been a crucial tool for insightful deliberations on the growth of the Nigerian agricultural sector, and the organizers remain relentless in making sure that the conference addresses the nation's pressing needs as they arise. Norma Obuna for Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions?
Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but we usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money. I think you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The good always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and it's time for us to see what's on the front pages of the dailies this morning. And of course, I've got in the studio with me our editorial director here at Business Day TV, Mr. Joshua Bassi. Good morning and happy Easter Monday to you.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Yeah, happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you. How did you enjoy your holidays?
Very well, but of course, you know, as journalists, we really don't enjoy this holiday like other guys, other sectors.
Yes, but we had a weekend.
Yeah,
which
but it was fine.
Easter.
It was fine. Yeah.
Right. Good to see you. Let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. Let's start off with the Punch paper and see what they have on the front page of the Punch newspaper. Now, there's a big story there on the Punch paper. It says, interest boom. It says 9 local banks generate 14 trillion naira from loans. It says how banks profited from lending in 12 months amid economic pressure. And that's what we have on the front page of the Guardian, of the Punch paper this morning. Again, it says on the down below, it says state police off agenda as NEC meets on Thursday. This continues on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Again, still down below on the Punch newspaper, it says judgment analysis, report me to LPDC, Falana Des Wike, and this continues on page 29 of the Punch newspaper. On page 7 of the Punch paper, it says indebted retirees risk losing home, says federal government. And then on the top left-hand side of the Punch newspaper, it says emergency, PDP governors get Supreme Court hearing date this week. And this is on page 7 of the Punch newspaper. Then we're speaking to Tinubu issues. Says presidency pushes back as Bakare Kuka criticized Tinubu's policies. And then we're talking insecurity on the Punch newspaper. It says killings, Shetima visits Plateau today as Danjuma calls for self-defense. And this continues on page 7 of the Punch newspaper. But let's start off with the one that is the biggest headline there, interest boom. But obviously we still need to talk about insecurity because that's also a big headline. It's really sad that we're not giving it as much priority as it should be. But interest boom says 9 local banks generate 14 trillion naira from loans. How banks profited from lending in 12 months amid economic pressure. Mr. Bassi, what do you have to say to this story?
Yeah, thanks, Elizabeth. I'm not surprised that banks have made this huge profit from loan that they've given to either corporate customers or individual customers, because interest on loan is about 30 about 33, 37. If you have to take loan from bank, you have to pay as much as 37%. So it's not surprising that the banks have raked in this huge money, 14 trillion. About how many of them? 9 banks, right? Especially the bigger, these are actually the bigger banks in the country. But banks, they can make profit or generate this huge amount from, interest from the loans that they give out to customers and corporate bodies. But again, I always say that the banks, as much as they are making this money, they have not really helped much, because there are some people who should also get loan from banks that are not getting. I think the banks are basically focusing on the big corporate bodies that can pay, the huge interest that the banks are. So I would really love to see. For me, what I think will really help the economy more is to see that interest on loans, right, can actually come down to, even if it is not 1 digit, but at least talking about 30-something% on loan is, for me, is too much. We can have it come down to maybe 15 or thereabouts, so that there are smaller businesses who are not able to access bank loan because of the huge interest. So if we have banks, whatever it is, CBN, those who are managing the financial sector of the economy, can do to help smaller businesses also get loans from bank. That's what I would love to see. Of course, the bank can make all the money they can make because of the huge interest that they charge on loans that they give out. So it's not a surprise. I think that was the analysis of the financial report of the banks for 2024.
Let's talk about
it could be more by the time the financial report for this year is ready. So we'll just be making as much as they could make. But I am yet to see the banks really impacting, driving growth in the Nigerian economy. I think that's what I'm yet to see. And that's what I love to see. And where small businesses, SMEs, can actually walk into the banks and be able to get loan, at interest that is reasonable.
But I think that's where the fintechs are playing their own role in that regard. So when you talk about not seeing the banks driving growth in the economy, I think that the fintechs are sort of supplementing, if I do say so myself. I think they're sort of supplementing what the banks are, like the brick and mortar banks, so to speak. I think that they're supplementing it in that way, because the fintechs are in a large extent really driven some sort of growth. When we see how we now have like POS everywhere, and then that's creating some sort of employment for the people that are now running this POS.
Fine. They just
do lots of other things.
Create employment. But I'm talking about small organizations, small companies, smaller commercial organizations being able to go to even the bigger banks I'm talking about here, and getting loan at an interest that they can afford to pay. That's what I'm talking about. That's what will drive growth, in my own view. I mean, you can't walk into a bank and you're seeking for a loan and they're asking you to pay 34, 37%. I mean, it's killing, really. That's what I'm saying. And so how many businesses can actually afford to pay 37%?
But what's in it for them if because the banks are also there to make profit.
The banks are also there to make profit. We know.
There has to be a balance between it. Like if you want when you say small organizations go there too, and then they're able to get loans and all of that. But the banks also are also there to make profit.
Sure.
So there has to be they have to meet halfway.
Sure, I know the banks are there to make profit. Of course, there are commercial organizations, they should make profit. But I'm just saying that
that's what you're looking at.
The interest is too much.
It's too much.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Well, away from finance and banking and all of that, let's talk about some other situation that we have here on the Punch paper. It says presidency pushes back as Bakare Kuka criticized Tinubu's policies. I don't know, what do you know about these Tinubu's policies that Bakare and Kuka are criticizing?
I think other papers actually, I think it has to do with insecurity. Yesterday, for Theophilus Danjuma, he's a retired general. He's from, I think he's from Taraba State. Was, you know, of course, this is not the first time he's saying it. I think other papers will be able to take that story bigger on their front page. He was saying that, look, Nigerians, defend yourself. You can no longer wait for government, because like when it comes to securing you, defending you, the government has failed. So you then need to defend yourself. Reverend Father Matthew Kuka, who is the, I think, the Archbishop of the Sokoto Diocese of was also, so he was also criticizing the government, telling, look, Mr. President, bring us down from this high cross of insecurity, economic woes that we are seeing. And then we also have Pastor Tunde Bakare also, also telling Mr. President to, I think, rather than, because what we see a lot of time is that when people talk, and of course these are prominent Nigerians, I mean, these are prominent Nigerians who are making case for the president to not just do something, even telling Mr. President, please come back from, the president has moved from France to London, so he said, look, just come back, there are, things are not going right down here in the country, so you need to come around and then take charge. So every time, there's something that worries me as a Nigerian, is that whenever things are going wrong and people are beginning to talk about it, we see, spokesperson of the president or the government beginning to launch attack, beginning to, rather than just accepting the reality and then seeing to what it is that government can do to address the issues that people have raised. They will start, launching attack. They will start, firing back and all of that. I think really we don't need that. If the things are really bad in terms of, look at the killings in Plateau, the killings in Benue, insecurity all over the place, which is of course what we are also going to talk about today.
Later on today.
So there's no need to push back. What are they pushing back? So you just accept this thing and then specifically take measures that can bring relief to Nigerians. We can't have a situation where, while some Nigerians were celebrating the Easter, right?
Yes.
Others were at burying their loved one in mass grave.
And it's happening like it's nothing. Like there's no people. They're not the security forces. The government. The government is not paying attention.
It's not paying attention.
They're not treating it with utmost importance. It's almost
the
like
urgency
it's a
that
normal
it requires.
thing.
Yes.
And
So,
it makes me really sad. And speaking on insecurity still, now we see also still on the Punch newspaper, you see that Shettima visits Plateau today as Danjuma calls for self-defense.
Exactly what I was
Danjuma
saying.
is calling for self-defense. What does that really mean?
well, if I think we could argue that may not be politically, it may not be right, but first of call for self-defense. But when people are pushed to the wall and you are just helpless, and then the government that is supposed to defend you is not there to defend, I think that's what General Danjuma is saying. Look, you can't just sit down in your home and then some people coming to kill you. I mean, you just have to do something to defend yourself. But
So what then is this suggesting when it comes to self-defense? Because how much self-defense how much self-defense can you have against armed men?
I mean, I think you will need to break it down. But again, because like you said, how much of self-defense can you do when people are harmed to the teeth?
Yes, harmed to the teeth. Like, what do you mean by self-defense? It would be interesting to read, to read in-depthly, like on page 7 of the Punch paper, to see what they have there.
Coming to harm you. So, I mean, but at least, maybe just put up self-defense rather than just train your arms in the air and then align them to kill you. I mean, basically.
Well, for me, that's a little bit, I don't know, maybe a little bit laughable, but I think I'll need to read the full story to really understand what Mr. Danjuma is about. But let's talk about power crisis. Now, the federal government turns to banks for $23 billion lifeline. I know we've been talking about the the state of the energy sector and the entire power grid collapse, and all of this, the debt that they are owing, and now they're asking, they're turning to banks for $23 billion lifeline. What more do you know about this story, Mr.
I think they're basically looking to borrow from banks to invest in the power sector to be able to generate more power and then be able to distribute be able to, of course, especially transmission. The federal government still retains the transmission, whereas the generation, distribution has been privatized, but transmission is still being retained by the government. Maybe because the other time the minister was talking about, that we're going to go by 2027. He was talking about, I don't know why 2027. It was saying by 2027 we're going to have more. Nigeria will be able to generate, is it 7,000 megawatts, which will, for him, he said, will be able to help to stabilize power. I don't know why we have to wait till 2027 for that. But that year is also a very defining year politically. I don't know why he had to push it to 2027. But I think basically looking to getting loans from banks to invest in the power sector, to be able to generate more power and then be able to strengthen the transmission line and allow them to take on more of what is generated, because the challenge also is that the transmission infrastructure is very, very weak. These things have been there for ages, and so they are very weak. So if you load more of what is generated into the transmission infrastructure, that often what you see is collapse. Because they can't take much. It would be nice if they can invest more in the transition infrastructure, such that by the time more power is generated and fed into the transmission infrastructure, they'll be able to actually carry them, and then ultimately for distribution to homes and offices and factories. I think that's what this is.
Right. Let's still speak on the economy today on the Punch newspaper. Let's stay on the Punch newspaper. I see that there is something about indebted retirees on being unable to risk losing their homes, says the federal government. Indebted retirees. What does this story really mean in essence when they're talking about indebted retirees risking to lose homes?
Yeah, I haven't read that story, the body of that story, but I guess what they're talking about here is if a civil servant and if you are, if you had a home, because there are some civil servants that I know that benefited from when government decided to sell some estates, government-owned estates, that some civil servants were allowed to buy. So meaning that if, for instance, you had bought, before retirement and you didn't finish paying, didn't pay off the money that you were expected to pay for the home, it means that government might then have to use your retirement benefits.
Right, to pay off.
To
offset that.
I guess that's what exactly.
And that's not a good look, because some of these retirees are really just that's really all that they have to their name. These homes that they've managed to get. So that's not a good look.
Yeah, exactly. But if you were given the opportunity to buy the home, for instance. Let's take, for instance, let's say Gowon Estate in Egbeda, it's owned by the federal government.
Yes.
And I know for sure that government had sold those estates, those flats to civil servants. So if while in service, right, you were a beneficiary and you could not offset, the cost. So upon retirement, the government should be able to get the money back now. So if whatever it is that you are entitled to in terms of a pension, and they should be able to, use that to offset the loan. Maybe what the balance, they can give it to you. What I don't know is when they say to forfeit right, to lose to lose their retirement benefit.
No. They risk losing their homes.
They risk losing their homes.
Yes,
Okay.
the homes. Yes.
They risk losing their homes.
Yeah.
So if you didn't pay, and then of course you lose the home. That's what it means.
Wow. Let's see what's on the Guardian paper this morning. Still analyzing the front pages of the papers this morning. The Vanguard newspaper always has a very, I like how they always just paint a very graphic. They always really get it right when it comes to the infographic. So we have that, it says, Baba Ahmed says no Nigerian can be president without the North. And this is on page 3 of the Guardian papers. And then still on the Guardian paper on page 3, it says United States gives quit notice to international students with cancelled visas. This is sad news for international students that have cancelled visas. And then it says ACF blames Nigeria's woes on corruption, nepotism, and bad leadership. This continues on page 30. Now, when I talk about the infographic, it's that one that we see a map there, and it's talking on the insecurity. So we see police. So on that map, you see armed banditry, you see police-Shite clash, you see cultism, you see Edda farmer conflict, you see Boko Haram, you see Biafra separatists, and then they try to just show all of the
drivers of the insecurity.
The drivers of insecurity.
Those are basically the key drivers of the insecurity in Nigeria.
And then they pointed out where some of this, like the drivers. So when it comes to cultism, you see it Ogun State. When it comes to armed banditry, you see Zamfara, Katsina. Basically, is this the northwest? Zamfara, Katsina, Kano, Kaduna, Kwara. Then when it comes to police Shite clash, you see Kwara, you see Niger, that's the northeast, thereabout. Then you see Edda farmer conflict, you see Taraba, you see Jigawa, then you see Boko Haram. When it comes to Boko Haram, I think this is Borno basically. So the drivers of insecurity, they've tried to paint it out there, and said despair in Benue, Plateau, as killings hit over 284 in 3 months. And I don't know why we're not speaking as much as we should on this situation, because it demands that people are actually like not in their homes, going on vacations and acting like everything is okay when people are dying like flies. This is human life.
It's disheartening.
It's disheartening.
Elizabeth, it's disheartening. Like we said, we've talked about this earlier on, in a bit. It's disheartening that this is going on and government seems not to have answer to this, that people are being killed. And if you then actually look at what happened in Rivers State, where the president declared state of emergency. We didn't have any of this kind of thing in Rivers State where a state of emergency was declared. But in some of these states, we having whether in Benue, whether in Plateau, you see what is going on, but nobody is. No drastic action has been taken.
There's no drastic. That's why I need to know and understand what they mean by people might need to resort to self-defense. What self-defense do you want to wait? We're talking about police Shite clash. We're talking about cultism. We're talking about Edda farmer conflict. Like, how much self-defense do you want against a group of people that are fully armed and they like what are we talking about? These are conversations we should be having every single day, and not just conversations. Like, they need to heighten security. What are they doing? We're not even talking about the economic impact of the insecurity on the nation, because let's talk about the lives being lost here. Let's talk about all of the stagnancy that is occurring in all of these areas, right? Because people can't even travel in peace, and you're traveling and then there's kidnapped. Let's talk about the fact that people have to resort to making use of airplanes now for trips that usually were, you would use a road trip.
How many people
can afford that? Even the people that can afford, you'd rather have used that money, spend that money on something else, because you're probably going on a one-day trip. Usually you would have used the road. And you use the money to do something else. It's
a very
really
unfortunate
drastic.
Situation. Let's look at Business Day.
Let's see what we have on the Business Day newspaper
time,
this morning, because we're running out of time. Very quickly, just quickly, I think we have about 2 headlines on the Business Day paper. It says container stock at Lagos port as Easter clearing drags. That's the big story on the Business Day newspaper. And then another big story says reforms position Nigerian economy to withstand shocks, says IMF. And still on the Business Day paper this month, says oil price slide makes case for diversification to mining. And then Abuja leisure industry booms on rising population and middle class income. I'm actually excited for that, because I'm really looking for more people moving to Abuja, at least, so kind of decongest Lagos State. But then let's talk about the container stock at Lagos port as Easter clearing drags very quickly.
Yeah, this has always been a concern to many Nigerians. Anytime we're having holiday, I really don't know why ports, I mean, especially for a struggling economy like Nigeria, I don't know why ports should not operate optimally during holidays. It doesn't make sense. Can see those who were supposed to move their goods out, or maybe those whose goods have arrived and they were supposed to take them out. And then those who are supposed to send their goods out or export their goods are complaining. There's one Victor Iyama that is quoted here, and the man is complaining that he's an exporter. He's complaining here in this story. It shouldn't be so, really. Ports should be operating 24/7. In some other countries, that's how ports operate. Ports operate 24/7. I don't know why it is in Nigeria. It's not the same thing. I mean, port is a major driver of the economy, because people have to bring in goods, people have to export goods, people have to import goods, and the port is where these things are taking place, where people clear their goods and then move them to their warehouse and all of that, and then people move things from their warehouse to the port and then for purposes of the export. So why should such a place be sometimes shut down or experience no activities during public holiday? No, it shouldn't be so.
Shouldn't be, actually. It shouldn't be
so. And you can see the damaging it's doing to the economy. I mean, and then those who are supposed to either export or bring in their goods, it shouldn't be so. I think we need to see,
and even at the airport as well,
24/7, irrespective of whether there is public holiday or not. Or should operate. People should be there working.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's talk about oil price slide makes case for diversification to mining. What more do you know about that story?
Yeah, Elizabeth, we talked about it last week when we were doing newspaper review. And then look, as it is now, Nigeria does not have control over international oil prices, what happened at the international market as far as the crude price is concerned. You remember, so we said, and again, this is what is being said here today, that we need to diversify our economy away from oil.
Yes,
as a major
driver,
foreign exchange earner for the country, for the economy. Diversify into other things, make other sectors of the economy as strong and major contributor to the GDP. Rather than just relying on this oil again, because you can see now oil prices are sliding at the international.
We can't keep depending on oil as
so it's already it's a big blow to our budget this year. It's a big blow because government needs money to be able to, because it's not our projection for crude. Our earning from crude this year is seriously hit. We are not going to meet that target now, so it definitely will affect the ability to implement our budget this year very negatively. And so there's the need to diversify. There's the need to look at other things rather than just depending on this what looks like money economy, majorly depending on oil for our foreign exchange earning.
Right. We've run out of time. The last story there talking about Abuja leisure industry booming and rising population and middle class income is exciting. I mean, it needs no further explanation. That's as much as we can take on the Business Day newspaper this morning. But let's see very quickly what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. It's always a very great way for us to wrap up. Now, that's the cartoon of the day. It says, you see something like what are those things called again? It's like a wheel that spins, and then we see it looks like the Eiffel Tower. Okay, yes. So it looks like the Eiffel Tower. So then we see the President Tinubu says, "Hey, Bayo, I thought I could see Nigeria from here. How is everything?" And then you can see Mr. Bayo responding and saying that things are going great, Your Excellency. You're doing so well. It says you're doing so well that even an opposition governor is practically running for re-election campaign for you. I think this is a very interesting cartoon, and it's also sort of very it's very alike to the one.
It's hilarious, really.
Yes.
And because we seeing Mr. President is outside the country, the country is bleeding, there's blood everywhere, and all of that, and so what's going on then? Bayo, I don't know whose Bayo is this. He's telling Mr. President, we are doing so great. Even the opposition, the governor is running campaign for you for 2027. And that's what we are really seeing in the country. I mean, if you remember, last week, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, Omoino, was campaigning for Mr. President for 2027, saying Mr. President will do his 8 years, in office. So that's what I think
I really like this cartoon because it sort of goes on the back of the one that we had from last week, where we saw insecurity. The one from last week was just plain insecurity. We saw bloodshed, and there was an insecurity poster, and then we saw the president at the back of the insecurity peeping and looking at the bloodshed. And now we're also seeing him again peeping from the Eiffel Tower, looking down and reaching out to his minister.
And we must say, Elizabeth, it's quite disappointing, really, to have a sitting governor of a PDP opposition party now campaigning for the president who's an APC president. So what are we really? Are we? Is Nigeria actually becoming a one-party state?
I'm a little bit confused.
It's worrying, really. It's worrying. I mean, even if you were going to say something, I mean, shouldn't you be? I mean, put in such a way, just a little bit clever enough to say, okay, even if I mean, that to openly now, a governor of a PDP openly now campaigning for the president who is an APC candidate. And I wonder what, I'm not surprised.
It just leaves you wondering. There's really not much
that people are saying that PDP is dead.
Right.
PDP is dead. That's what people are saying. When we now have a PDP government,
like they are supposed to, you should be strengthening your party, but then right now you're campaigning for it's just all shades of.
Is it that there's no hope? I mean, because there's a place for opposition in a democracy, and that's what I expect the opposition to do. But unfortunately, I'm not seeing opposition doing what they're supposed to do. Well, very unfortunate, really.
But that's how we have to leave it here today on the newspaper front pages of the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is the big story. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset determination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, we're still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them subsidized day-old chick price because we're the #1 producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks, we were fortunate, the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri-systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast Rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. That like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that is implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is, we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talk about cluster, especially for agriculture, we are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology. Particularly, we're in talk with the drone producers for agro-input production, so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups. You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like an end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right, accept and adopt this technology. And we can put from different stakeholders, we can put together models that can allow our farmers to be able to access this technology at scale. I mentioned during my speech, we need to move to cluster farming, move our smallholder farmers from a fragmented system of production to a clustered system of production that allows them have access, easy access, right, to these technologies. And not only technology, interventions from the government, policies can be focused on them, and they can be able to have a voice, right, that is aggregated, that is and strong. So, and with that, I believe that we can be able to have access to technology. And of course, we cannot put away the fact that funding is important, yes, right? So we can come together to create a model that allows these farmers not only acquire this technology, but the goal is for them to have access, either through services or through other models. Yeah. Well, I would say that the government is an enabler. The government enables by creating the environment, the enabling environment. And what do I mean by enabling environment? The policies, right? The policies that make technology to strive, the policies that allows our farmers to work more efficiently. And working more efficiently, talking about cluster farming, we're going to be talking about land clearing and land development, and that is the responsibility of the government. And because the government is the owner of the land, right? So the government needs to do that and not moving away from land development into supporting farmers with, with the technology that can allow them to grow productively at scale and, more importantly, sustainably. So that's where government can come in. Okay. What's the difference? Well, this is 2025. One, but from our assessment, I can see the crop of stakeholders and professionals brought, in the room, and I believe that this is a hot pot, right, where these issues are being discussed, and I want to hope that from here we can be able to get into actions that result into real impact on real people, right? So beyond just talking, I can see the crop of people that is really significant and commendable. But what's going to be more important, and what I hope for through this conference, will be translating this discussion into action, right? We can see government, we can see private sector individuals, we can see development organizations who are interested in the agricultural sector. Yeah, we can be able to make things work.
Like I said in my presentation, all the stakeholders in the agri ecosystem in Nigeria, especially the government and the private sector and investors, need to come together to a round table to discuss the possible investment available for the mechanization ecosystem, especially for making tractors available to smallholder farmers, affordable tractors. If we have tractors that farmers can easily pay for, all right, it will reduce the dependency on on crude equipment. Okay, so the call to action is for every player in the system to sit down on a round table and discuss how to make this possible. If it is investment, bring in your investment. If it is policy, how can government policy improve and impact positively on the availability of tractors? Can we, by policy, increase the number of tractors available to farmers across Nigeria? Can we, by policy, reduce the costs of tractors currently? So I think that is with the various stakeholders and the powers that be to make sure that tractors are everywhere for smallholder farmers. Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. With what we currently have, even imported tractors are not enough. Right, there's a huge deficit
of almost about 200,000 tractors in Nigeria. We can make that up. We can make up that number by fabricating locally, by supporting local fabricators. I don't think we have up to 5 firms or companies fabricating currently in Nigeria. We can increase the number of local fabricators. We can make funds available to them to be able to include. We can develop markets for them. We can help them with demand. We can help them with all sort of their capacity to be able to adequately fabricate and manufacture and release these tractors to the farming population to enable everybody have at least enough tractors to farm their land. We provide technology services connecting farmers to owners of tractors, number one. We also work in policy, working with the government to see how, through the impact of policy, we can reduce drastically the effect of the economy on fabricators and manufacturers and importers of tractors. Right. Number three, we collaborate. We work with every interested private sector player, public sector player, and farmer groups to understand the various challenges and how to play our role in reducing the problems. Yeah, it's definitely a limitation because, again, like I said at the presentation, if farmlands are scattered everywhere, it's almost impossible for any owner of tractor to make their tractors available. All right. So how do we start clustering farmers? How do we start bringing them together? How do we make it possible for a particular, for instance, a particular 200 hectares or 1,000 hectares? Yeah. How do we make it possible for farmers to actually cultivate together? Right? How do we build a farming community? Okay, so that when a tractor hits that community, the owner is able to till.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the Big Story segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're focusing on solutions to incessant insecurity crisis in Nigeria. In the last 1 decade, Nigeria, which is Africa's most populous country, has battled insecurity to no avail. Thousands of our citizens have been killed, properties worth billions destroyed, communities sacked. While no part of the country has been spared this ordeal, the Northeast, the North Central, Northwest, and the Southeast have been particularly hit. In some parts of the North, citizens have been forced to live in refugee camps for years with inadequate means of livelihood, even as economic activities and schools have been shut down. Added to this ugly situation is robbery and kidnapping for ransom by criminal elements taking advantage of the intractable security situation. To understand this better, we are being joined by Dr. Richard Ikebe. Dr. Ikebe is a researcher, media and management consultant, currently serving as the chairman of the BusinessDay Management Board. Importantly, he is the president of the Initiative for Socio-Economic Development and Communication, INSDEC, as well as the director at the International Organization for Peace and Social Justice, a United Kingdom registered charity body promoting peace. You're welcome to the show, Dr. Ikebe.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you. Also joining me in this conversation today, I've got Mr. Joshua Bassi, our editorial director here at BusinessDay TV. You're also welcome to the show, Dr.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Mr. Bassi. So let's start the conversation today. I mean, Dr. Ikebe, INSDEC has worked on a number of reports since 2020, just researching on the insecurity situation in Nigeria. What are the recurring themes when it comes to insecurity that the government is yet to completely addressed, and then we have to keep coming back and writing newer reports on this situation?
I think the biggest problem that we have had is that we've taken insecurity as one subject, one item, and therefore we have tended to apply one solution to it, whereas insecurity in Nigeria has various expressions and various characteristics, various drivers. So if you really want to get to the bottom of insecurity in Nigeria, you need to do a regional study. You know, you need to find out, okay, in this particular region, what's responsible for it, what's driving it, what's motivating, what's feeding it, what's the oxygen, and then you can begin to find solution to it.
Right, and although we understand that nearly all parts of the country are affected by this intractable insecurity situation, 2 states particularly were chosen, that is Benue and Imo, as the focal point of the work being done by INSDEC and the PSJ UK. What has informed this choice?
No. It's not that. Yes, we chose Benue and Imo for one particular report, that is the Unraveling Nigeria's Insecurity Crisis. We chose them as study points to prove a concept. We didn't limit the study to that. We did a desk study, and then we validated it with 2 locations, one in the north, one in the southeast, or rather one in the north, one in the south, just to validate what the rest of the data that we have studied across the board, across the country, was telling us. And the point that the whole report has is that insecurity has a different face in every region.
Right. I know Mr. Bassi would want to ask you a question here.
Yes, sir. I would like to then find out, because like you've mentioned, different parts of the country that are different drivers of the disease. I don't know, we want to take us through in some part of the country that the research, was done. What are the key drivers of insecurity in different parts of the country that the research discovered?
Okay, in the northeast, where most of this whole thing started, the drivers of insecurity is the self-declared Boko Haram Islamist movement, and they have been incessant. So if you go to the northeast, you will be sure that you will meet Boko Haram in every expression. In the north central, you have jihadists, and some of them ISWAP, Islamic ISWAP, Islamic for West Africa province, ISWAP, yes, they are there in the West Africa, and then the Fulani jihadists, they are not hiding anymore. They are also there, raiding villages. In the northeast, there are bandits, criminal elements who are kidnapping, raping. There are cattle rustlers. There are invaders of villages, and these guys are armed. You could have 100 motorcycles, in which case you will have up to 200 people, because each motorcycle is carrying 2 people, invading one village. Kidnapping is rampant in the northeast. In the southwest, you also have elements of Fulani jihadists in their forests in Ondo states, for example. That's been said over and over again. You also have kidnapping. You have cultism. You have kidnapping for organ harvests in the southwest. And then in the south, you have oil bunkering. You have a lot of oil-related criminals ravaging the place. There's also some measure of kidnapping. And in the southeast, you have the IPOB demand for statism and all that. So in every region of the country, the face of insecurity is different. And the point we have made again and again is that government should not apply the same problem to everywhere. If you study what is happening in the Southwest and you study what is happening in the Northwest, you will have totally different reason to propose different solutions to that.
Right, and when we look at one of your latest reports, which is the one on unraveling Nigeria's insecurity crisis and the urgent need for a lasting solution, we saw that the research listed external stakeholders as contributing 27%, partisan government officials as 37%, partisan security personnel 25%, herdsmen 10%, farmers 17%, to insecurity in Nigeria. Now, if we were having external stakeholders driving 27% of our insecurity and partisan government officials at 37%, what does this really say about the country? That the government has abdicated its responsibility to the people. How can this be reversed? I mean, earlier today we had seen, I'd seen in the headlines, the front pages of the Punch, Mr. Danjuma had said that they will need to resort to self-defense, and that now brings me back to my question that the government has abdicated its responsibility to the people. How can this be reversed? Okay, the figures you quoted were figures from a local government in Imo State. So again, as I said, we were using Imo and Benue to prove a concept. So we cannot take the figures in Imo and take them as national. Okay, so if you, for example, you find that the activities of the Fulani herdsmen is very low, and that is so. But what they now call external forces, external to that community, that they don't even know where they're coming from. Some people have pinned them because in Imo, for example, in the east is where you have issues of unknown gunmen. And I have said several times that you can't fight an enemy you don't know. So if you say, oh, we have unknown gunmen, you have already given up your capacity to deal with the problem, because the problem is unknown. There's no character to it. So we have done this since 2018, 2019. And as at this year, nearly 600 people have been killed across the Nigerian state in the 3-4 months of this year. The highest of them is Kebbi with 71%. It's Plateau with 87%, 87 people. Zamfara with 54, Katsina 68, Kebbi 71. So we monitor, and these figures I'm giving you as at last week. So we monitor what is going on in various parts of the country on a daily, weekly basis to feel the pulse.
Okay, sir. Because you've clearly stated that different reasons account for different part of the country as what is driving security. It doesn't mean, like you have also said, that government cannot use one approach to addressing these issues across the country. It means that therefore government should take each region or each state as on its own to be able to address. So I don't know what did they in the research that you've done and the report, what would be the different approaches that government should adopt in each of the region that the report was focused on? Okay. Well, first of all, it is difficult for us as a research group to propose solutions from our own point of view, where the government is the one that owns the problem. And one of the key things that I have said at a couple of opportunities is that the Nigerian, and many people may misunderstand this, the Nigerian government needs to own the insecurity problem in Nigeria. Own it. Own it. When you own a problem, you sleep with it, you wake with it.
Recently, various former military, serving military people have said, oh, communities should fight back. And the DSS Director General, Mr. Jai, said that Azare people in Bauchi State and Balewa people in Bauchi State, they fought back and they were victorious. Oh, fair. But to say that to everybody, it's not productive. What government ought to do is to now put in place a plan, a policy on how government and security people can cooperate in each region, each community, to form that kind of a line of defense. If you ask each community to fight back, you're just calling for anarchy, which is probably what the country is right now. So if you ask me, what is this key solutions that will help us with this, is for government to own the problem. Of course, government people will fight back and say, oh, we own the problem, we have soldiers everywhere, we are doing this, we are doing that. No. Own the problem. Sit down with people who have studied insecurity and ask them, okay, what should we do here in Benue? What should we do? As close as Benue and Plateau are, you may find that the solution in Benue may be different from the solution in Plateau. So be solution oriented, be solution driven for each. Sadly, the Northeast has received the most external international funding and has received the most international attention, has received the most government attention, yet the problem has not been solved. So why is it that the problem has not been solved? I think government needs to throw out every solution they currently have and sit down and decide, okay, this is a problem that threatens the country, it's existential, that threatens our economy, that threatens our development, that threatens our food security, that threatens our education, that threatens our healthcare delivery system. Therefore, this is the biggest problem we have. We must solve it.
Yeah, I'll quickly follow up, sir. In terms of impact, what will you say has been the impact of this insecurity situation in the education sector, the education system?
First of all, we have right now in several areas of the North, we have a generation which in 15, 20, 25 years is completely illiterate. Thus exacerbating the current situation that which we already have in the North, where they are supposedly educationally disadvantaged. So you now have a system where fathers and mothers are afraid to send their children to school because they are not sure if they will come back. There have been stories where kids from a particular school, I think it was a Baptist school in Kaduna, that were kidnapped and spent several months in captivity. Children. You know, so it's going to have big impact, not just now, but in the few generations to come.
Right, and Dr. Ikebe, are there specific regions where these interventions, some of these interventions might have worked, and what can we learn from these cases?
Well, as the director of the DSS said, where some communities have banded together and fought back ferociously, the people never came back. But then you have a situation where some communities were disarmed, so they have nothing to fight back with, So you have to have a mixture. But in Imo State and other southeastern states, you can't talk about fighting back because the people are unknown. They are right there embedded within your community. So I still think that the biggest solution that government can begin to look for right now is sitting down and saying, we have a problem. Let us own the problem. You can't grow the economy outside solving the insecurity problem.
All right. And let's talk about some of the, the impact that this has, insecurity has on the economy, because I think that's really what the report I read, like the latest one, the Unraveling Nigeria's Insecurity, it really talked about the economic impact of insecurity on the nation. Do you want to share with us on some of the impact that the insecurity has on the economy of Nigeria?
A lot. If if I give you a ticket now to go to Maiduguri, you probably think twice, okay? And so that is just how basic it is. So you can't talk about investment when you are not sure whether you will be there to reap the benefit of your investment in a particular location. I heard your program was on agriculture a few minutes before I came in. And agriculture, most people who are doing large-scale agriculture right now have to look for extra security to make sure that the farms are secured. We have situation in Benue where cattle go into your agricultural field and eat up your planting and so on and so forth. So the impact on the economy, it's already bad. You know how much a bag of rice was a few 18 months ago. You know how much it is now. It's such indices, a bag of tomatoes, a bag of onions. So it's directly hitting on the average person on the street, because farmers cannot go to the farm. And if they can't go to the farm, they can't farm. Or if they have a harvest, they can't go and reap it. Some have to pay ransom to go and harvest their own produce. So the impact on agriculture is big. The impact on tourism. Last December, Lagos was full. And, well, a lot of people did go to their villages and so on, gritting their teeth and just getting there by all means. But most people abroad now are afraid to come home. Or we have heard people calling for prayer meeting because they were coming to bury their relative in Nigeria. So there's a lot of fear. Some of them well-founded, some of them hyped by the press. But I think generally right now Nigeria is not looking good when it comes to investment destination, tourism, agriculture, education. All of that is affected.
Okay, so something disturbs me really, and that's that we don't seem to see a sense of urgency on the part of the government as far as tackling this insecurity is concerned. And many people have said, oh, maybe we don't even have the capacity internally to be able to tackle this problem. And so maybe the government should seek external help to be able to help drive this to, because we look at the latest of the report that you did is talking about the urgent need for a lasting solution. And so if, as people say, maybe you don't have internal capacity to address this, people have said, oh, look, let's get external help. I don't know whether you subscribe to this reasoning.
Well, there is a measure of external help that you can get, but you can't subcontract your defense to an outsider. You have to, first of all, the word I have used again and again since we started is own the problem. Own the problem. When you own the problem, solutions will come. There are things we can do by ourselves. We have not even started to do those things yet. Nigeria solved the insecurity problem in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, and other places. Why can't we do it here in our own country? So there's a lot of capacity. There are a lot of people who are knowledgeable about insecurity, brilliant scholars in Nigeria who if they sit down and can help government to, we're doing a piecemeal job right now, and we are approaching it with one size fits all. if we stop that and said, okay, let's look at the Northeast, in spite of the investment that has been put there, you know, I've heard figures that are mind-boggling by external organizations. They said we've put over $1 billion in the Northeast. Why is the problem not solved? If the solution that 1 billion, 2 billion was supposed to solve is not being solved, then we have to go back to the drawing board. So if I was to talk to people in government, I would say tools down. I mean, keep the defense on, but come back to the drawing board. Come back to the drawing board. First, own the problem. 2, investigate section by section, and then derive specific solutions to specific areas of the country.
Right. And speaking on solutions, now that we're really talking about solutions, how can, you know, civil society, academia, private sector, how can they collaboratively work to design, you know, security solutions that will actually work?
Well, that is what we are trying to do at INSDEC and PSJ UK, is to bring about our own expertise to helping the country see that it's possible to solve the problem. We're not saying that Nigeria is hopeless. We're saying that if we sit down to look at it critically, there are solutions, and they are right before us.
Okay, sir. Yes, Nigeria is not hopeless as far as this is concerned, like you said. But then there's something that is also disturbing. People have also raised issue around poverty as a major driver of this insecurity. People just want to survive, so people take to criminality because, you know, so there's poverty. If you look at it, there's some form of, you know, poverty driving as part of this. Unfortunately, more and more Nigerians are sinking, you know, into the poverty basket. I mean, meaning that it would be even more difficult if poverty plays a role. Do you see that as a problem too?
I wouldn't put poverty in my first basket, because there are other poor nations, poorer than Nigeria. They are not fighting themselves. I can't say because I'm poor, therefore I carry my arms and begin to fight others in my neighborhood. Because I am poor, or somebody or someone has made me poor. Poverty is a problem. Poverty is actually an outcome of insecurity. Because if you can't go to the farm, you can't farm. If you have to pay ransom for your uncle, your cousin, your chief that had been kidnapped, it makes you poorer. You know, so poverty is a factor, but I don't think poverty is the originating problem. It's not the A factor. It is probably a B or C or even D factor, because there are nations around us where there is poverty, but they have not picked up guns and started killing. You are saying that the people in Ajegunle should just get up tomorrow and raid Apapa and say, look, you guys made us poor, therefore you can't be here and we also are here. It's not a good excuse.
Yeah, people have talked about injustice. Do you see injustice and imbalance in the system as a contributor to
We're saying the same. It's the same application. Injustice, poverty, even some people go as far as saying climate change. And I'm saying climate change, yes, it's bad. How is it fighting for resources, limited resources? These are all excuses. Okay, these are all blanket solutions or blanket proposals that have not been studied. Okay, because at a point climate change was big on the list of Western nations advocacy. Oh, everything is climate change. So we adopted it, and then we put the label on our system as insecurity, and saying Yes, maybe climate change. You see, as a researcher, you come into a situation with a bit of skepticism. You don't accept everything. And then you examine each factor. Each factor. For example, for a long time, people talk about farmer-herder clash. And I said, no. Go and find out what happened. Farmer-herder clash is possibly the reason in Zamfara, but it's not the reason in Plateau. It's not the reason in Benue. So you have to study each region to find the solution. So if climate change, listen, where does tomato come from? Kano. All right? Yes. Kano is in the extreme north. They feed us with tomato, they feed us with onions and so on and so forth. And you talk about climate change. How come they are able to farm still? And you still talk about climate change? Do you understand what I'm saying? So if climate change was a problem, there would be no tomatoes, nothing coming from the north. But go to Mile 12. You see, so the problem is we just adopt what we have heard other people say. If you look at the Nigerian press this morning on insecurity, they are going to tell you about climate change. They are going to tell you about farmer-herder clash. But a researcher accepts that with a pinch of salt and then goes to examine it. And that is what we have done. And we're saying there is no site-fit-all problem. There is no site-fit-all solution. Every situation, every community, every region in Nigeria has factors that are driving insecurity. Government should go out and study it and then find a local solution to that problem.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Ikebe, for your time this morning on The Big Story. We have run out of time now. I really appreciate you for sharing your time with us this morning and really delving into this topic on Nigeria's insecurity. We hope we can have you again another time, hopefully. And that's how we bring it to wraps here on The Big Story, here on The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Government must own the insecurity crisis in Nigeria to find lasting solutions, says Dr. Ikebe. PDP chieftains key as party leaders endorse Tinubu for 2027. SEC to clamp down influencers promoting unregistered investment. Oldest serving U.S. astronaut returns to Earth on 70th birthday. The Burn surprised by Man City exit decision. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where BusinessDay Management Board Chairman Dr. Richard Ikebe has called on the government at all levels in Nigeria to own the insecurity problems in the country in order to find lasting solutions. Dr. Ikebe revealed this today, April 21st, during his appearance on BusinessDay television, while speaking on solutions to tackle the menace of insecurity in the country. It revealed that there is a need to implement security policies across regions, onboard more security experts, and see insecurity from a broader perspective. The media and research giant added that there is a need for a regional study to see factors responsible for insecurity, insisting that there are different phases in every region. Moving on, some chieftains of the People's Democratic Party have faulted the endorsement of President Bola Tinubu by the governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umo Eno, and the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose. The chieftains, including the former Deputy National Vice Chairman, Chief Bode George, and Deputy National Youth Leader of the party, Timothy Osadolo, revealed that Eno and Fayose's position were capable of undermining the unity and future of the party. Governor Eno declared support for President Tinubu during the official flag-off of the 65-kilometer three-lane dual carriageway section of the highway project in Insead Antai local government area of the state. Still on, the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) has warned social media influencers and bloggers against promoting unregistered investment schemes. SEC's Director General Emomotimi Agama gave the warning in a notice issued on Sunday in Abuja. Agama says the Commission is working closely with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the Nigeria Police Force, and other relevant government agencies to investigate and prosecute violators. The DG also warned that the recently enacted Investment and Securities Act, ISA 2025, specifically targets promoters of unregistered investment schemes. And to end the local news, Nigerian chess master and humanitarian Tunde Onokoya has made history again, breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest chess marathon, surpassing the previous record of 61 hours. Onokoya partnered with U.S. chess master Sean Martinez to set this record. The chess master crossed the 62-hour mark, breaking the standing record and entering the Guinness World Record books. And on the foreign scene, America's oldest serving astronaut Don Petty has returned to Earth on his 70th birthday. The Soyuz MS-26 space capsule carrying Petit and his Russian crewmate Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner made a parachute-assisted landing in Kazakhstan steppe on Sunday, 23rd of April. The astronauts spent 220 days on board the International Space Station, orbiting the Earth 3,520 times. According to the United States Space Agency NASA, it was the fourth mission for Petit, who has now spent a total of 590 days in space. Also, thousands of people took to the streets across the United States on Saturday to protest over recent actions by President Donald Trump. The demonstrations were intended to coincide with the 250th anniversary of the start of the American Revolutionary War. From outside the White House to Tesla dealerships and at the centers of many cities, protesters expressed a variety of grievances calling for the return of Kilma Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. According to reports, the protests also addressed a number of Trump actions, including those by the Department of Government Efficiency DOGE, Trump's initiative to cut U.S. government jobs and other spending. And now to sports, Kevin De Bruyne has admitted that he was surprised to learn that his Manchester City career will come to an end at the end of the season. The 33-year-old Belgian playmaker confirmed he will leave the Etihad Stadium this summer, drawing the curtain on a glittering 9-year spell in Manchester. Despite returning from injury to deliver a string of impressive performances this season, De Bruyne revealed City did not table a new contract. Now to end the news, Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim has voiced his disappointment following a 1-0 home defeat to Wolves on Sunday, admitting that his side lacks a lot as their struggles in the Premier League continue. The Red Devils had enjoyed a dramatic 5-4 Europa League quarter-final second leg win over Lyon on Thursday, a result that masked the issues plaguing their domestic form. Sunday's defeat, however, dragged the club to 15th position, a new club record in the Premier League era. And that does it this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more updates.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
In Nigeria, the changes are perhaps more striking. Inflation has recently eased to less alarming levels. The exchange rate has receded and foreign exchange reserves have been largely reconstituted. In terms of uncertainty and turbulence, two partners with shared values regarding a predictable, rules-based multilateral trading and international investment system should seek each other's company. And that is where Belgium and Nigeria can meet. Belgium as an extremely open economy, a founding father of the EU, and a headquarter to many of its institutions. Nigeria as the initiator of ECOWAS exactly 50 years ago, and as the most populous and biggest economy within West Africa. In the memorable year 2024, cocoa overtook crude oil for the first time as Nigeria's main export product to Belgium. In the course of that same year, a Nigerian expert took part in an exchange of expertise event organized by my ministry's think tank, the Egmont Institute, in the wake of the World Cocoa Conference that was equally held in Brussels. Our embassy visited the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria in Ibadan, and the Belgian investment company in developing countries ventured into exploring Nigeria's cocoa sector. While Nigerian and Belgian universities keep cooperating in the field of crop improvement and pest resistance. It's all about connecting the dots at all levels. In November 2025, about the time when our embassy will move its offices from Maitama to the EU compound in Central Business District, Flanders Investment and Trade and VOCA, the umbrella organization for Flemish entrepreneurs, will launch a trade mission from Belgium's most populous and most prosperous region into Nigeria. They will visit Lagos and Abuja with a focus on first movers in the agricultural and food sector in a broad sense, from 3 to 7 November 2025. The dates were actually communicated today itself. I say enjoy the party, but I would first give the floor for a goodwill message to the Minister of Regional Development, if he would grant us with that honor. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I'm glad to be associated with the Belgian Embassy. We've had a very good relationship. At least last year we were here, and surprisingly, it's been too fast. I was surprised when I was sent the invitation. I realized it's 1 year already. That signifies that so many good things are happening. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost track of the months that ruled by. Let me say that Nigeria and Belgium enjoys a warm relationship, and the Nigerian businesses and the Belgian business community also have a wonderful relationship. I want to hope that all of us guests will enjoy the evening and continue to pray that God keeps us alive to witness Him next year. Thank you and good evening.
I'm from the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform. This platform is supported by the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. And I want to thank the ambassador for hosting us this evening and to thank our friends from the Belgium Chamber of Commerce. Now, the EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform basically exists to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and the 27 EU countries. And for Belgium, like the ambassador said, we've seen that the import from Nigeria now, it's basically cocoa. Cocoa is assuming a high dimension. So we're zeroing in on cocoa. We're checking the statistics just recently. We saw that Belgium imported 4.2 billion euros of cocoa products from around the world, but imported 146 million euros from Nigeria. So you can see that there's a huge scope to expand trade and investment between Nigeria and Belgium in cocoa sector. And we're going to be working with the chamber. We're looking forward to the forum in October to do sideline events, organize Nigerian state actors and private sector actors to do engagements with Belgium actors so that we can secure offtake, we can secure technical assistance to increase and improve our production of cocoa products to Belgium and to Europe. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to be here. We're happy to sign this partnership, and we look forward to expanding engagement with Belgium in the area of cocoa, and also even shea nut. Nigeria is the second largest producer of shea nut in the world. We're first, actually, but we're not in the value-added market. So these are scopes for us to expand engagement between the two countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We look forward to enjoying the evening together. Thank you.
You are watching Business Day Television.
The Bank of Canada communicated a stance to hold interest rates shifting from a previous dovish stance as it seeks clarity on how US trade policy will affect the Canadian economic outlook. There are many unknown unknowns. The times are unusual with many things we know we do not know, and perhaps even more we do not know that we do not know. Listening to the Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, he talks about the uncertainty.
Today, Governing Council maintained the policy interest rate at 2.75% following 7 consecutive cuts. The Canadian economy ended 2024 in good shape. Inflation had been close to the 2% target since last summer. The substantial interest rate reductions since last spring had boosted household spending, economic growth had picked up, and many businesses were telling us the economy had renewed momentum. Since then, the dramatic protectionist shift in U.S. trade policy and the chaotic delivery have increased uncertainty, roiled financial markets, diminished global growth prospects, and increased inflation expectations. the path for U.S. trade policy remains highly unpredictable. We still do not know what tariffs will be imposed, whether they'll be reduced or escalated, and how long all of this will last. At this meeting, we decided to hold our policy interest rate unchanged as we gain more information about both the path forward for U.S. tariffs and their impacts. Monetary policy cannot resolve trade uncertainty or offset the impacts of a trade war.
Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we bring you more depth on the latest business headlines. And thank you very much for your time. As central banks continue to navigate a terrain of many unknowns by pausing for clarity, one thing that is known is that US tariffs are highly likely to generate a temporary rise in inflation. According to Jerome Powell, he says his job is to ensure it stays transitory, that's inflation, and not a problem for their long-term target of stability. Let's listen to Powell at the Economic Club of Chicago yesterday.
Thank you and good afternoon. So at the Fed, we are always focused on the dual mandate goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and stable prices. Despite heightened uncertainty and downside risks, the U.S. economy is still in a solid position. The labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but is still running a bit above our 2% objective. Turning briefly to the incoming data, we'll get the initial reading on first quarter GDP in a couple of weeks. The data we have in hand so far suggests that growth has slowed in the first quarter of this year from last year's solid pace. Despite strong motor vehicle sales, overall consumer spending appears to have grown modestly. In addition, strong imports during the first quarter, reflecting attempts by businesses to get ahead of potential tariffs, are expected to weigh on GDP growth. Surveys of households and businesses report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. Outside forecasts for the full year are coming down, and for the most part, point to continued slowing, but still positive growth. We are closely tracking incoming data as households and businesses continue to digest these developments. In the labor market, during the first 3 months of this year, non-farm payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. While job growth has slowed relative to last year, the combination of low layoffs and lower labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate in a low and stable range. Meanwhile, the ratio of job openings to unemployed job seekers has remained just above 1, near its pre-pandemic level. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the labor market appears to be in solid condition and broadly in balance, and is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. As for our price stability mandate, inflation has significantly eased from its pandemic highs of mid-2022 without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has frequently accompanied efforts to bring down high inflation. Progress on inflation continues at a gradual pace, and recent readings remain above our 2% objective. Estimates based on the most recent data from last week show that total headline PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core prices rose 2.6%. Looking forward, the new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. These policies are still evolving, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As we learn more, we will continue to update our assessment. The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. Both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up significantly, with survey participants pointing to tariffs. Survey measures of longer-term inflation expectations, for the most part, appear to remain well anchored as well. Market-based break-evens continue to run close to 2%. So, as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes, we'll have a better sense of the implications for the economy and hence for monetary policy. Tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. The inflationary effects could also be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
Later today, Madame Lagarde of the European Central Bank is expected to cut interest rates for the 7th time in a year to prop up an already struggling economy expecting to be hit from U.S. tariffs. Yesterday, the World Trade Organization forecasted that global trade will fall this year because of U.S. tariffs, adding that the decline is expected to be particularly steep in North America, where trade is seen as dropping by more than a tenth. An acceleration in commercial activity was evident in the latest U.S. retail sales data, as many stepped up purchases, stocking up on goods to avoid being caught by imminent tariffs. U.S. total retail sales rose 1.4% in March, beating the expected 1.3% after rising 0.2% a month earlier. On an annualized basis, sales rose 4.4%, the fastest pace since December 2023, which contrasted with the slowdown in inflation to 2.4% year on year. But American import bookings from China also collapsed by 64% in the week ending April 8th compared to the previous week. As the external front becomes challenging, China is hoping that domestic spending will fill the gap. And another shift observed is Asian governments looking to buy more US oil and gas as they move to lower their trade surplus with Washington in hopes of easing their tariff burdens. In my deep dive, my attention is drawn to an article in the Foreign Affairs Journal yesterday themed The Age of American Unilateralism, in which Michael Beckley, Associate Professor of Political Science at Tufts University, attempts to present a silver lining in what looks like the crisis playing out. He argues that crisis can lead and often leads to opportunity. For example, it was the Civil War that drove rapid expansion of the Northern Railroad network, laying the groundwork for later transcontinental lines. It was the post-World War II environment that led to Bretton Woods and the liberal order which we see today. It was forged then in the heat of rivalry when fear compelled countries to come together. It was also Cold Warfare's not peacetime consensus that sparked creation of the Interstate Highway System and the National Defense Education Act. And military research and development funded many breakthroughs, including giving rise to the semiconductor industry, the GPS technology, and the internet. One cannot deny that national security concerns have been America's most consistent engine of public investment. A crisis can be a good crisis if it produces positive outcomes that would not have been without the crisis. I must add that cost-benefit analysis of crisis may still reveal that assessment of pains and gains show that those who bear the pains may not agree with others who enjoyed gains. For example, Japanese families still scarred by Hiroshima may not agree that the rise of a highly prosperous post-war Japan in any way justifies the costs. The article argues that demographic shifts and new automation and artificial intelligence are radically changing the demand for foreign labor and how we think about supply chains, as technologies like additive manufacturing or 3D printing and smart logistics are compressing supply chains and not just enabling reshoring, but actually making the value proposition to reshore much more attractive. AI is replacing foreign call centers, and increasingly digital and automated factories, cheap energy, and the world's biggest consumer market all implies that US firms may be coming home not just to avoid tariffs or for security, but because it makes business sense. The United States still needs the global economy, but its needs are narrower, much more selective, and easier to disconnect. In other words, the considerations for offshoring have vastly changed. Looking at demography, he argues in his article that the US is the only great power whose prime age workforce is projected to grow throughout this century. So jobs are going to be needed. He adds that by 2050, the workforces of the major economies of Eurasia will lose around 200 million adults aged 25 to 49. That's the legion that drives productivity, military recruitment, and economic growth. And that could begin to fade as more demographic strength shifts to Africa and emerging economies. Still growing prime age workforce in the US means as other economies shrink and strain, the US economy can be more central to global growth and its fiscal base and military manpower more robust in relative terms. China, of course, is rising and becoming even more aggressive geoeconomically. So what does this all mean? The times call for leadership that can digest the context and understand the opportunities in the crisis, or can look beyond the fog to see less obvious dynamics playing out. Crisis can indeed be opportunity, but only if it is made so. Hardly will this happen accidentally or naturally. Visionary leadership that sees far ahead to attain what others don't think is possible or don't even see will make all the difference. Onlookers and spectators will soon be cheering a vastly different age driven by new technology and capabilities. This morning, European markets opened lower as traders await the latest monetary policy decision from the ECB. Asia-Pacific markets mostly rose overnight, breaking ranks with Wall Street, which had seen more selling of tech stocks yesterday after Nvidia disclosed sales of its H20 AI accelerators to China will require a license from the US Department of Commerce. That is one that it's unlikely to get. Selling on Wall Street also picked up after Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell sounded hawkish notes. Oil prices extended gains in view of tighter supply after Washington imposed further sanctions to curb Iranian oil trade, while OPEC producers pledged further output cuts to compensate for pumping above agreed quotas. Well, that's it on Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosani. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
We live in a world of artificial intelligence. Things are a bit much easier now for us. It might be tough for us to go back to already established talents to track them. But with the new ones here, that's why you see our fintech and all of them flourishing. We just need to tap into that technology of AI, and it will help out. It's there already, you get, and it will help keep data. Data is the new currency. And once you have data, why some of the scouts abroad are a bit wary of touching some of our talents is because there's no data. You understand? So they're just going with your word. Yes, it's a talent, we see that, but we would like to see his data because it helps us also, and I'm talking as a European or someone from the abroad, as we like to say. It helps them to say, at this age to this age, these were some of the traits we saw. So that gives us an idea that if we put this through, we know what the outcome will look like. Because now we live in a world where you can determine outcomes. So for all of that to happen, I think we need to start taking our data very seriously. I don't know if people are willing to invest in that. That is another question again to ask. If we want to build talent, you have to be able to track this talent no matter where they are. Somebody must be able to be anywhere in Afghanistan, and you can get on an app and track whatever talent you want to track, and you can see the progress over time. So I think therein lies the dilemma we are in. Question is, are they ready to make that investment into that technology and see that they can mine data for athletes and talent, and you have this data, you can take them anywhere in the world. You have something to say, this is what their progression looks like. It's not much of a media thing per se. It's much of the administrators of the sports. You do not feel, oh, because we're a sport, media must come. You must understand that at the very core of sports is media. If your event is not being covered, you're just having fun. You are no different from somebody who's playing street football somewhere with his friends. You're just having fun. If you understand that as an administrator, now remember, the whole idea of the media is to document your events and your programs and all of the things you're doing. So there's an archive. Remember, you're not going to be there all your life. You're going to leave that seat. Someone else is going to step in. There's something they can work with. They can look at this and say, okay, this was what was done. This is the next level we need to take it into. So the issue is not media as in media. The issue is the owners of the sports. What's their drive? Where is their vision? Where are they headed? What they want to do? And that determines how they need to showcase it. So it's theirs. Media should be at every core of every sport, not necessarily a football thing. Football is football, and it would always be football. There's some great football tournament that you don't even hear of because it's not covered. So every sport must take its media arm very seriously. Social media is such a powerful platform now that you as a sport needs to look at what makes us unique, what makes us stand out, and start to tell your own story. Tell your own story in your own unique way. You don't need to have some crazy camera, expensive. No, just have a good phone. Do you understand? Record it creatively. Edit. You can edit on your phone now. There are apps that can help you edit easily. Edit it and start. You don't need to buy social media space. You don't need to buy Instagram. You're not paying for it. You don't need to buy TikTok. You're not paying for it. And right there, start telling your story. We've seen people who have gone viral and have had input, not even from different people, even from people you have no idea of. Just because they heard your story, loved your story, and they say, you know what, I want to partner with you on this one. Once you start doing that, you like it or not, mainstream media will actually, okay, we heard something is going on. They want to be part of it also. So it's all down to the sports itself. I'm quite excited. I accepted to come. I think Business Day is onto something. I don't know what it is, but in my spirit, I feel it. That I feel a sense of optimism. Because there's a dark, and everybody was saying, oh, every time Wall is reporting the, negativity, because there's a lot of it. There's just too much of it. Oh, can't we just talk on one positivity? It's nice, but there's 200 negativities. So even if you want to push out it's just hard. I'm very positive. I always look at the cup half full. In fact, I don't look at the cup half full. I look at the fact that there's at least water in the cup to start with. You understand? Half full or not. So I feel very strongly that with what has been kickstarted here, it's the first time Business Day is, having this event. I'm sure some of the speakers who couldn't make it will see the outcome of this and regret that they didn't make it. And they will be the ones calling, when is the next one? This is early year. You can do it twice a year. You can even do it 3 times a year. Business Day, be ready for that. And people will want to be a part of this. And maybe by the time we tend to put our heads together, remember, 2 good heads, not 2 heads. 2 good heads. Always better than 1. By the time we put it together, we know the problem of our sports. We know what the problems are. We just need the testicular fortitude. For those who know, they know. The testicular fortitude to face it head on and deal with it decisively. It's simple. It's really, really simple. As long as we make up our mind that, nobody should be benefiting from the decadence and the despair of the ecosystem called sports. As long as we agree on that, everybody takes it seriously, everybody will enjoy at the end of the day, because we're going to build a thriving ecosystem. And somebody can say in Harvard, let's take a look at Nigeria's sporting system. I mean, this was a system that was generating, $200, but today is a $200 billion, system. That's a joy to us. That brings pride to us. And everybody, even our unborn children, will benefit from it.
All right, so I mean, what he said is that the government should actually answer, from sports business. There's sports and then there's the business of sports. So the government should actually be actively involved in sports. But the business of sports, I mean, he thinks, that the government, should actually, hands off, from it. And being in government, for actively for like 6 years now, I also agree that, and that's why I said that the government has no business doing business. But, the responsibility of the government is to ensure that it creates an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. And, I believe so strongly that, when they do this, we'll definitely, reap, better, rewards, from, the engagement, of sports, especially, with, the private, entities. Because, I mean, with them, there's more sustainability. With them, there's more, organization. With them, there's more, consistency in the running and the affairs of things. For a government, I mean, soldier goes, soldier comes. I mean, there's a new government, 4 years today. It could be another government entirely the next 4 years. This one that, left, who was maybe, very interested in sports. Now, actually, the one coming might not, be interested in sports. So all the investment, every investment that has been made actually goes, south, just because of this new person doesn't have interest or feels that, oh, you know what, why are you talking about, sports when we have, agriculture, when we have agribusiness, when we have, commerce and all, not knowing that all these things, there is a place, for each, of these sectors.
Okay,
And
sir.
none is subservient over the other. Yeah, so I mean, intentionality. That's what we really need to do. Intentionality. If we want grassroots sports to actually grow, what do we need to do? We need to actually take sports and then also take the infrastructure of sports to the people. I mean, so that they have a platform, that they can actually use to express, this their talents. And how can there be, expression of, talent if, you don't have, like a warehouse that actually, I mean, holds, these people, together, that actually help them to groom, so that they can actually soar. So I feel that, I mean, we, should actually increase in the projects, the PPP project, the private, public partnership, projects, in our various, community. It's not what the government can do alone. So we have to bring in, private investors, private, entrepreneurs who will be able to see, the need, in that system. And, the government will also ensure them the according, security, that will come, with it, that when I put my money in this is the security I have. It's not that I put my money, in so-so's, administration, and by the time it comes to Tamedo's administration, my investment, they tell me that it's gone and it's nothing to, so, I mean, those are the things, that I think that we should do. We should actually, see it as, a continuum, a business that should actually, continue irrespective of, which, sheriff is in town.
So I think that everywhere in the world, is really the role of governments to provide an enabling environment for businesses in all sectors to thrive. But because this event is about sports and the business of it, I think that to a large extent, the Lagos State government has been at the forefront, in facilitating the development of sports in Lagos. I mean, you could think of the accelerator program for, sportsmen in grassroots communities, and then some of the initiatives even discussed at the conference. But, there's always room for improvement. And I can tell for a fact that, under the leadership of the Honorable Commissioner, working under the governor, Governor Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, I can tell that there's still a lot more, to be done. And I know that there are a number of projects and initiatives in the pipeline to ensure that some of the issues raised here today, about the challenges that still exist in how we move sports from just being a recreational activity to now, a business, entity that could, entail a multi-billion investment and all of that are already in the pipeline. And I just think that as we have more of these conversations and we do follow-up strategy sessions on how to implement these things so that they don't just end up as panel discussions or as keynote addresses, I think that it could only get better from here. Okay, so like I mentioned, so there's what is called the Lagos State, Sports Accelerator Program for young people in grassroots communities. And the initiative is domiciled in the Lagos State Sports Commission. And the whole idea is just to see how, to enable sportsmen and, sportswomen, especially those in their prime in secondary school and those who are just approaching tertiary institutions, on how to really understand the business side of sports. And it also provides, an opportunity for key players in the sports business value chain to also come together, ideate and implement the future of sports. So what I mean is that for organizations, who are facilitating programs like the Lagos City Marathon, I mean, they were here at the conference and they shared their views. There's room for so many more of them to come in and complement what government is doing. To be honest with you, government will not be able to solve all the problems, but it's up to government, to provide the enabling environment. So, and I know that also beyond that, there's what is called, the Lagos State Sports Academy, for young people, also in grassroots communities, so that, as we look at those who have approached stardom, those who have made it now, we have others who are in the pipeline too, who are also getting trained and, accessing resources and other initiatives that they need to benefit from to also emerge.
The starting point is that it's good to protect your IP. It's good to protect your image rights. When you protect your image rights, then it puts you in a better pedestal. You then find out that you're able to even make more money for yourself. This is an area where most sportsmen have not updated their minds to. And given the advent of data privacy in Nigeria today, it's one area that individual sportsmen should begin to look at and invest in a lot. So IP rights, IP protection, it's key, and it's a new way to go going forward. Well, the truth of the matter is that you can't really prevent contract breaches. What you can do is that you can actually have a robust contract that adequately protects your interests. And so my one advice is really for sportsmen and women to always carry, as you know that you need an agent, always carry a lawyer along and let that lawyer, review your contracts and make sure that those contracts adequately protect you. The things that you would not see as a layman, it's most likely that your lawyer will see those things and then let you know that X and Y clause should not be inserted in your contracts. But you find that most time, because you don't want to pay a lawyer, you go it yourself. And it's when the chips are down, you then come running to a lawyer for protection. So government has no business in sports. The government's business is in creating infrastructure. So build stadia, create infrastructure, create opportunities, but don't be the ones managing or running sports. So all the clubs that the governments are running today, I think it's not proper, it's not nice. But you should allow pure professionals, pure businessmen, to come into the business space to make money from sports. Government should just create an enabling environment where all of these businessmen can thrive.
Sports is driven by media, storytelling. So what we are doing differently is that we are creating a distinct platform to sell the Nigerian sports, the Nigerian athletes to the world. So we are creating this platform to make sure that the small player in Ajegule, the small player in Jos can get the same visibility that any European player will get on the existing social media platform. And that's what Govia is here to achieve.
Okay.
On Govia, you can score your dream goal. So Govia means go through. So we have built Govia to help people score their dream goals.
All right.
I'm excited about this event because I'm able to meet key stakeholders that would help me achieve this dream. It's a burning desire in my heart, and it's one of the reasons why Govia came up as a sponsor for this. And we're happy that we did this with BusinessDay. We thank BusinessDay for this platform, and we look forward to more opportunities to talk more about the sports ecosystem and business opportunities.
All right.
Thank you
so much. Sir.
Coming here today, just meeting like minds, for me, that's my biggest takeaway personally. But also being able to hear the issues we're all facing, like us being sports professionals, we all face the same issues. So being able to like tackle it in one space, I think was really helpful. And also stumbling blocks for me, I've been facing like in my day to day, just being able to meet people who could like help solve it. Like, I mean, that's my biggest takeaway from today's conference. Okay. Oh yeah, devs, but it's more than just holding it. I feel it's the follow-up that like matters. I mean, it's one thing to like host this type of events, but it's another thing to like be proactive about the solutions we talked about. But yeah, sure, hosting this type of events is going to help. Just meeting like minds under one roof. Yeah, sure.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
From scarcity to food security. And it's really our pleasure to welcome you to this wonderful occasion.
BusinessDay Media Limited held the Future of Agriculture Conference 2025 on the 27th of March. The conference brought together industry leaders, policymakers, and investors under one roof to discuss how to unlock Nigeria's agricultural potential. This year's edition, themed Moving Nigeria from Scarcity to Food Security, implored the government to invest in the agricultural sector of the economy by empowering farmers and providing more infrastructure. In his welcome address, the publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Ibohun, emphasized that Nigeria faces a pressing need to transform its food system, with people experiencing severe food insecurity.
Lagos has perhaps the largest population of all the states in Nigeria and recognizes that the people must feed. They will work in industries, work in aviation, but their life every day starts from a good breakfast. And it's for that reason that I commend the foresight of the governor and of the cabinet of Lagos State for choosing to be light in what is easily mostly darkness in Nigeria.
While speaking at the event, the Honorable Commissioner of the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems, Abisola Olusonya, representing the Governor of Lagos, Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, said agriculture is the cornerstone of Nigeria's economy, contributing approximately 22% to the GDP and employing around 36% of the labor force.
It is an honor to join you today at the BusinessDay Future of Agriculture Conference 2025, a timely gathering addressing the critical theme, moving Nigeria from scarcity to food security. This dialogue is not just a conversation, it is a call to action as we confront the escalating food security crisis in Nigeria. where an estimated 31.8 million people faced severe food insecurity back in 2024. As Governor of Lagos State, I am acutely aware of our unique challenges and responsibilities. Our mega city consumes over 30% of Nigeria's food supply while producing less than 15% locally. This imbalance underscores the critical need for innovative solutions and collaborative efforts across all levels of government and the private sector.
The conference captured various key and solid panel sessions, all speaking critically towards the theme.
Driving a tractor is like driving a Dangote trailer. It's not the same. It's not like driving a car. Oh, somebody told me last week, said the tractor is an angry machine. He's very angry. I told some young ladies, so about half of the people are training in Texas are women. Climb on this tractor and you don't want. But it's an angry machine. It's crying, it's zooming. But we need to train people to be able to manage these things. We work 1 hectare, which again, the way we describe it to smallholder farmers and rural farmers is 1 hectare is like the size of a football field. But then it's bigger than a football field. Tell able-bodied men, we work that land for a day, 8 hours a day, to actually plow it. 1 hectare. But do you know that a 75 horsepower will do 5 of that in a day?
We also got a chance to speak to some of the speakers behind the scenes, and they shared their summations.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money, they can see the passion, I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work on a scale.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah.
My major takeaway from this event is that if, again, all the stakeholders can collaborate and they mean it, it's possible to make Nigeria so food secure.
My major takeaways from this event would be that, number one, we have actors who are really practicing within the space. And when I say actors, you're talking about from farmers themselves to those who are in the finance sector. And these are people who truly are catering to the people within the space, so they know what they're talking about. Number two, I'm very happy, again, like I mentioned earlier, it is a systemic solution that must be adopted. And a systemic solution means we cannot work in silos. We must cater to the issues surrounding logistics, we must cater to the issues surrounding storage, we must cater to the issues surrounding credit and finance and insurance and financial accessibility. We must cater to production itself. We must cater to climatic issues regarding ESG and what have you. We must cater to water resources even being made available. So when you put all of this together in one full basket, and solutions are tailored to each and every one of them, but in congruence with one another, then we'll start to have the right kind of solutions to the entire problem. The bottom line at the end of the day is food availability. What is food availability? It is when food is made available at the right price, in the right quantity, at the right time, to the right consumers. And this is where markets also come in. Markets help to harmonize all of these efforts together. And for you and I, that comes up to us in the form of pricing and in the form of the freshness and wholeness of the food. So this is what we are doing in Lagos State government, and I'm very happy that what BusinessDay is doing here today, it just harmonizes for us all of our efforts in the last couple of years.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, and then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector. You bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table.
Since inception, the Business Day Future of Agriculture Conference 2025 has been a crucial tool for insightful deliberations on the growth of the Nigerian agricultural sector, and the organizers remain relentless in making sure that the conference addresses the nation's pressing needs as they arise. Norma Obuna for Business Day Television.
The International Monetary Fund Managing Director Georgieva Kristalina sees opportunity in the ongoing global trade crisis. At the 2025 IMF Spring Meetings kick-off today, which goes on till Saturday, April 26th in Washington, D.C. Global financial leaders will be discussing key economic issues, including trade, inflation, and global debt. Ahead of deliberations, Managing Director Georgieva Kristalina did set the tone, adding that the secret to seizing the moment is to focus all energy not on preserving the old, but on building the new, a better balanced and more resilient world economy.
In trade policy, the goal must be to secure a settlement among the largest players that preserve openness and deliver, very important, deliver a more leveled playing field. A challenge also creates an opportunity. Pushed hard enough, things that were not possible become possible. Mountains that couldn't be climbed are climbed. Vested interests that would not retreat are overcome. With cool heads, clear vision, and strong will, times of change can be times of renewal. The secret to seizing the moment is to focus all energy not on preserving the old, but on building the new, a better balanced, more resilient world economy. Thank you very much. What we see this time around is a very sharp increase in uncertainty. But the economic fundamentals are still quite strong. This is why when I spoke about what you should expect from us next week, I stressed there would be markdowns, but not recession.
Hello and welcome to this special holiday episode of Global Business Insights, where we will replay some clips, including comments on the latest Nigeria inflation print and what the rise of US unilateralism could mean. Is there, like the IMF boss says, an opportunity in what most may see as an unfolding crisis? But before the clips, let's catch up on the headlines. The European Central Bank eased rates as expected by 25 basis points at its last meeting. Talking of easing, Trump stepped up his attack on Jerome Powell as he continues to push the Fed to move faster on cutting interest rates. The US administration also proposed levies on Chinese vessels docking in America, as Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni says she's certain the EU will strike a trade deal with the US. Ukraine signaled that a memorandum of intent for a minerals deal with America has been agreed, and American regulators have also approved Capital One's acquisition of Discover. This is the $35 billion merger of two of the nation's largest credit card firms. Now we replay some of last week's more popular clips. First, the Nigerian inflation print. The Nigeria National Bureau of Statistics said headline consumer inflation inched up to 24.23% year-on-year in March from 23.18% in February. The NBS, National Bureau of Statistics, said the CPI inched up to 24.23% year-on-year in March from 23.18%. Food inflation, the largest component of the inflation basket, remained elevated but eased to 21.79% from 23.51% in the prior month. The core inflation, which excludes prices of volatile agric products and energy, was up to 24.43% from 23.01%. That was in February. Furthermore, on a month-on-month basis, headline inflation rate in March was 3.9%, which was 1.85% higher than the rate recorded in February 2025. That was 2.04%. Fitch expects that inflation in Nigeria will average 22% in 2025 and 20% in 2026. The central bank expects the headline inflation to fall, but nowhere near single-digit target this year. Last year, it targeted 21.4% inflation rate. The government had targeted also a 15% inflation rate this year. Factors driving up inflation include insecurity and supply chain challenges in food producing belt of Nigeria, exchange rate devaluation making imports more expensive, and the removal of fuel subsidies and rising gasoline prices, increasing transportation costs, which in turn, of course, would affect the price of goods. Heavy government borrowing and monetary policies that increase money supply without corresponding economic growth have also contributed to inflation. Most analysts see inflation trending down by the second half of the year, and to watch could be the impact of low oil prices on Nigeria reserves and further naira devaluation, especially if this leads to panic demand for foreign exchange. With Brent under $65, and according to data from the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission showing daily crude production figures averaging 1.4 million barrels from 1.465 in February, there could be issues. Nigeria's 2025 budget is based on an oil price benchmark of $75 per barrel and a production average of 2.06 million barrels per day. Definitely we're nowhere near that. So you can join the dots. It seems we could get some pressure on foreign exchange to fund demand if indeed these numbers don't improve. The next meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria is scheduled for May 19 to 20, 2025, and at the last meeting rates were held unchanged. The next April inflation print will be very instructive in understanding the trajectory of monetary policy, as many rate-sensitive sectors hope for rates to begin to ease. Despite high inflation, economic activity still notched an expansion PMI print of 52.3 in March, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria data. This was the third consecutive month of expansion, driven by strong customer demand and increased business activity across key sectors. Stanbic IBTC's PMI data recorded 54.3. That was the latest March print, reflecting the highest growth since early 2024. This improvement was fueled by rising new orders and increased employment and somewhat easing inflationary pressures. Nigeria has also signed and submitted its ECOWAS tariff offer to the African Continental Free Trade Area, establishing zero duties on 90% of goods traded within the continent. This milestone, announced during the AFCFTA Council of Ministers meeting in Kinshasa, Congo, reflects Nigeria's interest in intra-African trade integration and shows Nigeria's ambition to lead the continent's trade future. Many analysts see the Africa Free Trade Area as the next major opportunity for Africa to seize to accelerate economic growth, and steps to catalyze the realization of the objectives of this free trade area could have a huge upside for Africa. My attention is drawn to an article in the Foreign Affairs Journal yesterday themed "The Age of American Unilateralism," in which Michael Beckley, Associate Professor of Political Science at Tufts University, attempts to present a silver lining in what looks like the crisis playing out. He argues that crisis can lead and often leads to opportunity. For example, it was the Civil War that drove rapid expansion of the Northern Railroad network, laying the groundwork for later transcontinental lines. It was the post-World War II environment that led to Bretton Woods and the liberal order which we see today. It was forged then in the heat of rivalry when fear compelled countries to come together. It was also Cold Warfare's not peacetime consensus that sparked creation of the interstate highway system and the National Defense Education Act. And military research and development funded many breakthroughs, including giving rise to the semiconductor industry, the GPS technology, and the internet. One cannot deny that national security concerns have been America's most consistent engine of public investment. A crisis can be a good crisis if it produces positive outcomes. I must add that cost-benefit analysis of crisis may still reveal that assessment of pains and gains show that those who bear the pains may not agree with others who enjoyed gains. For example, Japanese families still scarred by Hiroshima may not agree that the rise of a highly prosperous post-war Japan in any way justifies the costs. The article argues that demographic shifts and new automation and artificial intelligence are radically changing the demand for foreign labor and how we think about supply chains, as technologies like additive manufacturing or 3D printing and smart logistics are compressing supply chains and not just enabling reshoring, but actually making the value proposition to reshore much more attractive. AI is replacing foreign call centers and increasingly digital and automated factories. Cheap energy and the world's biggest consumer market all implies that US firms may be coming home not just to avoid tariffs or for security, but because it makes business sense. The United States still needs the global economy, but its needs are narrower, much more selective, and easier to disconnect. In other words, the considerations for offshoring have vastly changed. Looking at demography, he argues in his article that the US is the only great power whose prime age workforce is projected to grow throughout this century, so jobs are going to be needed. He adds that by 2050, the workforces of the major economies of Eurasia will lose around 200 million adults aged 25 to 49. That's the legion that drives productivity, military recruitment, and economic growth. And that could begin to fade as more demographic strength shifts to Africa and emerging economies. Still growing prime age workforce in the US means as other economies shrink and strain, the US economy can be more central to global growth and its fiscal base and military manpower more robust in relative terms. China, of course, is rising and becoming even more aggressive geoeconomically. So what does this all mean? The times call for leadership that can digest the context and understand the opportunities in the crisis, or can look beyond the fog to see less obvious dynamics playing out. Crisis can indeed be opportunity, but only if it is made so. Hardly will this happen accidentally or naturally. Visionary leadership that sees far ahead to attain what others don't think is possible or don't even see will make all the difference. Onlookers and spectators will soon be cheering a vastly different age driven by new technology and capabilities. The International Monetary Fund concluded their latest assessment of the Nigerian economy, led by Axel Schimmelpfennig, that's the IMF mission chief for Nigeria. They visited Lagos and Abuja on April 2nd to 15 to hold discussions for the 2025 Article 4 consultations, also meeting key officials. The report says important steps to stabilize the economy, enhance resilience, and support growth have been initiated, but gains have yet to benefit all Nigerians as poverty and food insecurity remain high. The report added that the outlook is marked by significant uncertainty and heightened global risk sentiment, and lower oil prices will weigh on the Nigerian economy. The real crisis for Nigeria is from the rising poverty, high inequality, corruption, epileptic electricity, poor infrastructure, and limited access to healthcare and education, youth unemployment, and the high and rising inflation. Perhaps the Nigerian delegation at the Washington spring meetings can give these issues the attention they deserve. Well, that's all on this special holiday edition of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
are watching Business Day Television.
Aboki that is selling yam were able to have a back account because they centralized and made it convenient and easy for you to just use your phone number and open an account. And that's what we need to embrace to be able to capture the informal sector and be able to penetrate the market. I remember at the Nikon retreat in 2003 or 2004, one of the CEO asked, why is it that we keep saying that insurance penetration is less than 1%, but at our different companies, we meet our targets. We close our books well. So what is the issue? The issue is that what we do is that at the end of the day, we close our books well, but the question is those books, those businesses, do they come back the next year? And that's what ICO is doing, where they state that they have a team that is in charge of what? Renewals. So how many of those businesses you closed last year are you willing to have this year? And so what happened is that we see recycling of what? Businesses. So Mr. A leaves company A and go back to what? Company B. So at the end of the day, we are circulating the same value. So these are one of the reasons why the penetration rates, with other factors inclusive, is still at less than 1%. So what we need to do, the larger market is the informal sector. We need to tap that market, and we can only do that by developing products and carrying market research, know what actually they need and provide such products for them. So the engagement is that there is need for open and transparent communication. Let them know at every point in time what the company is doing, the strategies in place. Even when it's not rosy, let your clients understand that this is the position of the company per time. Also, to develop personalized policy offerings is also important. All right, during our program for ILO and inclusive insurance, we get to see case studies across countries in Africa, in foreign countries, and we begin to wonder, when will I come across a case study in insurance that talks about insurance companies in Nigeria? And so in this discussion, I have to bring to us Asa Mansard case study and the success story. So in our ability to adapt and innovate, so they went into a business venture in 2020, and what is the vision? To become a major inclusive insurance provider in 2020, reaching 3.5 million customers in health and other products. So let's look at what they do, innovation implementation. First thing they did was to set up a new team to manage this business, separating them from the traditional businesses they run on daily basis. Also, they build new capacity. So when I talk about this, you put your mind back to where I mentioned think core attributes that companies leverage and see if Asa Mansard fall into all of this. All right, so there is capacity building to ensure that they achieve the target for these markets, because they're not going to use the mentality of traditional insurance to run an inclusive insurance. So they did that. Also, they created a milestone, 3 key milestones, because even for you to present a proposal that the board will accept, it must be attractive and direct to achieving a certain goal. So the first thing they said they would do is to understand the market and the market need. So there is need for research. So you will not develop a product and put it to their faces. Rather, you will develop a product according to their need. So Asa Mansard carried that measure, and they in building capacity, they also had trainings with ILO Impact Facility in terms of research to enable them carry out this. The second milestone is to to become more agile. So in new product development and in all the channels of distribution. And the 3 milestone was to streamline internal procedures. So they have to do that. So what are the challenges they had? They encountered that the challenge that over time, staff were working for this project, having the mind of what? Traditional insurance. And so to resolve the problem, there is need to call back and begin to develop clear communication and retreat across the stakeholders. Also, they institutionalize their report project and give updates on what is achievable and what has been achieved over time. And also there was monthly newsletter for project updates and what has been achieved. So what is the takeaway from this? We saw that Asamasa didn't actually partner with any industry or any company. What they did was that there was cross-pollution of ideas from different departments coming together to generate ideas and push it forward. Then there was internal capacity. They had inbuilt what? Capacity to drive that vision. When we saw also the agility, intentionality, and aggressiveness essential in achieving this product. Also, there were evaluation and track record to see how far each person have done, and it also added to their KPI to see what they have done. So I think this is a good way and a place to clap for Nigerian insurance industry for that. And there are other companies that are doing big things, developing apps to ensure that they push the market forward. So I will conclude to say that resilience is key for Nigerian insurance industry to navigate economic uncertainty. And the strategy is to look into financials, operations, technology, and society dimensions, ensuring that they survive and thrive. And what is that approach? Multidimensional approach, providence, efficiency, agility, and relevance to ensure ability to withstand shock. And what are the enablers? Technology. Fostering leadership, strong leadership, voice of the people, building strong stakeholder relationship, fostering trust, ability to be flexible to changes in the market, and to develop all the capabilities to run the business. What is our goal? Our goal is to remain resilient, to emerge stronger with innovation solution and sustainable practices. And I will end by saying that as an industry, when we consider a candle is beautiful on its own, but what happens that it burns itself. So as an industry, if you want to think resilience, if you want to think sustainability and growth, there is need for us to think technology. There is need for us to think thoughtful leadership. There is need for us to think capacity building. And there is need for us to be flexible enough to accommodate opportunities. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Ma. We would like to also recognize our online audience. Once again, please put your hands together for her for delivering that beautiful keynote address. We would like to recognize our online audience joining us today because we're also streaming live on Business Day television. We would like to please ask you all for one thing very quickly. For 1 minute, please take out your phones. And then check for Business Day. When you type Business Day television, you would see Business Day popping up. We'd like to please ask that you or your friends please subscribe to our YouTube channel so that you can also get to watch some of our content. We are always broadcasting daily, and also for events like this, we always make sure that we are streaming it live. So you can also share to some people that you know will also benefit from this. Right, it's on your screen, so you could just scan the QR code on your screen and then just go ahead and subscribe. Thank you very much. We'd also like to recognize those joining us from the diaspora. We know that we have someone joining us from Cameroon today is in the room. We'd also like to really thank you for joining us today. Also for our sponsors today, we recognize you as well. North Akaful, Sunu Assurances, MyCover.ai, Stren and Bland LP, Stanbic IBTC Insurance Limited, Leadway, and First Insurance Brokers. We truly recognize you and we appreciate you. I hope we've all subscribed to our Business Day channel. Have we? Thank you very much. At this juncture, we would like to please welcome for the first panel of the day. And this first panel will be speaking all about navigating uncertainty and expanding access in the insurance sector. And to moderate this panel is Adeyemi Kehinde, is the Reinsurance Senior Manager at Leadway Assurance PLC. On this panel, in no particular order, I'd like to call on the Registrar and CEO of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria. She has over 2 decades of experience in the insurance industry, and she began her career as an underwriter at Great Nigeria Insurance PLC, steadily rising through the ranks. She holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics from Olabisi Onabanjo University, a master's in actuarial science from the University of Ibadan, and an MSc in risk management and insurance from the University of Lagos. She's a fellow of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, and she has participated in numerous local and international training programs. She's a faculty member of both the College of Insurance in Asheshe and the Financial Institutions Training Center, FITC. She also serves as secretary of the Market Development and Government Relations Subcommittee of the Insurance Industry Committee. She's a certified ILO and UNDP trained expert, and her dedication to knowledge sharing has led her to facilitate trainings across and beyond the insurance sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Abimbola Omowumi Tiamiyu. She's the Registrar and CEO and the Secretary to the Council of the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria, CIIN. Also joining us on this panel is a fellow of the Institute and the Faculty of Actuaries and Actuarial Society of South Africa. He is a CFA charter holder with more than 10 years post-qualification experience. He holds a master's degree in information and data science from UC Berkeley and bachelor's honors degree in actuarial science. He is the executive director technical with Stanbic IBTC Insurance PLC and has almost 20 years experience in insurance and actuarial science across Africa. His areas of expertise include risk management, solvency assessment management for insurers, business development, product development, and pricing. He continues to play a pivotal role in the insurance business across 14 countries. Please make welcome Duni Semwayo, the Executive Director, Technical at Stanbic IBTC Insurance PLC. Also joining us on this panel, she is constantly dedicated to mentoring young professionals, especially women. She holds a degree in business accounting from the University of Lincolnshire and Humberside and is a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, FCCA. She's also an associate of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ACA. She's also a chartered member of the Chartered Insurance Institute in both the United Kingdom and Nigeria. She's a seasoned financial service professional with over 2 decades of experience, currently serving as the Chief Client Officer and Board Member at AXA Mansard Insurance PLC. Since joining the company in 2005, she has held several strategic roles, including being the Chief Financial Officer and the Chief Distribution Officer, overseeing functions including finance, compliance, human resource, technology, and retail distribution. I'd like to end there. Please make welcome Rashidat Adebisi, the Chief Client Officer and Board Member, AXA Mansard Insurance PLC. Also joining us on this panel is the team lead of the private equity, capital market, and mergers and acquisitions practice at Stern and Bland Partners. He holds dual bachelor degrees in English and Literary Studies from the University of Ado-Ekiti and law from the Coventry University, United Kingdom. He's also earned a master's degree in international corporate governance and financial regulation from the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom. Please join me as I make welcome the team lead for private equity, capital market, and mergers and acquisitions practice group for Stern and Bland Partners, Noble Obasi. Please. Also, I'd like to please recognize also in the room today the DG of the Nigerian Insurance Association, Mrs. Bola Odukale. Just before the panel, we need to take a quick picture because we know that the commissioner will be leaving us right about now. So please, just with the speakers very quickly and as well as the editor. Also, the Chief Sales and Marketing Officer for BusinessDay, Mrs. Ijoma Ode, please, we'd also like you to join in this photograph, please. Thank you. Representative of our sponsors, please come forward, please. Thank you. North Akaful, Sunu Assurances, MyCover.ai. All right, our sponsors, please. The representative of our sponsors, North Akaful, Sunu Assurances, MyCover.ai, Stern and Bland, Stanbic IBTC Insurance PLC, Leadway, and First Insurance Brokers. Just the sponsors, please. Thank you. All right, the panel begins. This panel is focusing on navigating uncertainty and expanding access in the insurance sector. And it will be moderated, as I said earlier, by Adeyemi Kehinde, the reinsurance senior manager at Leadway Assurance PLC. Please put your hands together for them before this panel. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. So, the topic for this panel is navigating uncertainty and expanding access in the Nigerian insurance sector. So just before we go to the question, so I like to make an assessment. I brought in an umbrella here for you to know what insurance is all about, because my aim here is not just to strike this conversation, also to make some perspective. So here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we are going to be discussing today. So, thank you so much. So my the first question for the day is to Mrs. Tiamio. So she's holding the umbrella. So, as this custodian of the professional standard, how is CIN reshaping actuary and insurance technical education to better equip insurer for managing risk like inflation and natural disaster in today's volatile environment?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thanks to the organizer of this program. Two questions in one. How is the Institute supporting the industry to shape actuarial development and insurance development? So I'll start from the other one because that's our core strength. For insurance development, we're actually working with the insurance companies. We're not doing anything except to train, to conduct exam, and to do seminars. However, we're sure that each insurance organization, that's the insurance companies, brokers, loss adjusters, they are actively involved in sending their members for all these organized trainings. So you see an NCRIB doing training on some aspects of insurance, you see ELAN, you see CIN, you see the college, working together as a team to ensure that all the insurance professionals are trained. But specifically, there's partnership with the Nigerian Actuarial Society to develop the actuarial capacity. Why is that so? We have the opinion that for now, we have enough insurance practitioners. All we just need to do is to follow the rules and do the right things at the right times. But we lack capacity in actuarial development. Prior to now, the regulator was sponsoring people to do the actuarial exams. But the particular exam we were doing in the country was scrapped by the Faculty of Actuaries. So what we're doing right now is to see how we can talk to the Society of Actuaries and other actuarial firms outside of Nigeria, get the exams restarted. But before then, the Nigerian Actuarial Society have partnered with the Institute to get them from the university. So we have an internship program now whereby 300 level students, 200 level students, and master students in insurance and actuarial science go into the insurance industry and go as interns, maybe for 4 weeks, for 6 weeks. For the masters, is usually a 6 months program. So the plan is, if we are able to get those students to see that they have a future in the industry, they will stay. If we are unable to get them to see that future, they will run away immediately they graduate. So we are trying to catch them from the university through partnership with the Nigerian Actuarial Society. Apart from that, the NAS too, they've partnered with some schools. I know they've partnered with Habuzari and Unilag to go in and lecture the students on the master's level. The reason is because the Society of Actuaries actually said before they can grant recognition to some of our courses, actuarial courses in Nigeria, it must be taken by certified actuaries. And most of the lecturers are just academia, they are not actuaries. So the society, the Nigerian Actuarial Society had to go in, become adjunct lecturers, and they started lecturing in this university so as to give the certificate more credence. The College of Insurance and Financial Management also is doing a lot to ensure that they partner with international organizations to make sure that we have international best practices trained into the people, and then we develop the industry as a whole. So in summary, I think we're doing quite a lot. We just pray that God will crown it with great successes at the end of the day. Amen.
Thank you so much. That's quite insightful. So my next question is to Mr. Senwayo. So from a technical operation perspective, what internal innovations has Stanbic IBTC Insurance adopted to manage risk from inflation and volatile claim costs?
Good morning, and thank you for the question. I think from a Stanbic perspective, our approach to risk is, what we call the 3 levels of defense, where we start with the business, they own the risks, and they actively participate in terms of, managing the risks, making sure that they're identified, captured, and everything. And then obviously we do have compliance and risk that plays the role to be able to, review those things to make sure that you're running the business appropriately. And then you have got the 3rd level, which is your internal audit. External audit comes as a 4th pillar. So I think for us, when we think about risk, that's the first thing that, we think about. Inflation, we think about, volatile claim experience. It could be, due to exchange rate or whatever movement that could happen. I think that's the sort of first aspect. The second aspect is to think around, how do you actually run your enterprise risk management processes, and what governance do you have to be able to do all those things appropriately. So if you think about, let's say, the inflation, the impact of interest rates or inflation on your annuity book, what sort of aspects do you have from an asset liability management to make sure that when you price your products, and on an ongoing basis, how you invest to make sure that your returns match whatever liability profile that you have. I think the third aspect that's important is around, actually developing a risk appetite. So as a company, if you think about it, let's say inflation, so you're running a general insurance business, and you're worrying about inflation in terms of, value of cars, value of parts, all increasing all the time. So, you have to think about what is your risk appetite. Is that risk that you want to accept? So once you decide that it's a risk that you accept as a business, how then do you invest to make sure that you make those, closest possible to inflation rates? If you think about risk appetite, let's say you are insuring some assets that are in Forex. Is it a risk that you want to accept on your balance sheet? So we at Stanbic, for instance, there are certain risks that we say we don't have appetite to accept these types of risk. And therefore you work with partners that can accept those risks. So some reinsurers with strong balance sheet would be able to accept that. And then obviously you need to track. If you think about, I know I'm taking a bit of time, just like one last point. If you think about what the regulators come up with in terms of the asset liability matching for annuity, following one of the, annuity providers getting into problems, that sort of metric speaks to how you think about managing risk as a business, which includes inflation, which includes claim volatility. And I think, when that sort of measure came through, at Stanbic, we were very comfortable because we didn't have to change anything to be able to submit that report. Is something that's part of what we do, from like tracking risk, managing risk on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Much. That's quite insightful also. So the next question is Mrs. Rasida. So this question is from your experience managing client service. In managing client service, what do you see as key behavioral pattern preventing insurance adoption, especially among young Nigerians and informal sector workers?
I think you are expecting us to answer shortly, but if we all knew the answer, I'm sure that we will have a much bigger market than we have here. So I will break it into maybe 2 key parts. One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. That point of, do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven, is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it, and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that will it really help me?
And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? And you're saying, I only live once, and I'm going to put this money here. And I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way, and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of, realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us, we have to rethink our approach to be able to manage those sort of barriers that they are facing. But okay, what other benefits can you get today from an insurance policy? We do have benefit policies, and we have risk, pecuniary situations that could or could not happen. So that's one area of it. And I think the third one I would like to touch on for young people, and even and I'll talk about informal, young people also has to do with financial risk trainings that we're having. They're not comprehensive. We talk about how to invest your money, save your money. We don't really talk about how insurance is a wealth management tool. It's a protection. So if we improve the ability to sort of train them better and include ourselves in the whole financial advisory process, we'll be there. But right now, it isn't there. On the informal side, it's really around, the typical ajo, the typical other things. So when you think about what Dr. Hegu talked about when she was presenting, we haven't really improved our processes to serve clients who are different from our norm. Our norm in our industry is large corporate organizations, international companies that will give you big premium at once. Whereas to actually collect from people in the informal sector, they want to see you. They need to know where they will go to. And we don't have many branches. It's not financially viable as well. So we need to rethink our approach of how they can access us. And I'll stop by just talking about the insurance companies ourselves. We are also, hindering them because we're not making ourselves easy. We're not making ourselves simple. We're not as attractive, or if you like the word, sexy. And we're not touching on topical topics that the sort of risk they are facing and how they can manage it. That itself is a big barrier for the young people, because if you're not listening to them, you are offering what you have, not what they want, then you really aren't going to make the desired level of progress that you need to make as an industry. And maybe the last, if you just mind me to ask, you talk about inflation. We're not repricing and really addressing the true risk people face. So I don't think anybody here can buy a car today that they bought 4 years ago at the same amount. I mean, if you bought a car that is 4 years old, for the first time, after the devaluation, you have actually increased value of your car. So a 20 million naira car is being sold for 80 million naira. But many of us has even been depreciating the value of the car that we're insuring by 5% or 10% every year for our clients. So that car 5 years ago, maybe we're valuing it for the client at best 10 million, because maybe you're a good company, you ask them to increase it. But that car, the replacement value is 80 million. So when that car has an accident this year, we negotiate, we do everything. We give the client back 10 million. The client cannot use that 10 million to buy that 80 million naira car. So our inability, and if you don't mind me using our lack of courage to help our customers reprice properly to the right value, means that we're not really serving them. So when the risk happened, we didn't really do what we're meant to do, put them back where they were. We just put them back in something. So that in itself is actually one of the biggest barriers. So if we can't face the courage to price properly, to revalue, then honestly, we can't make progress. Thanks.
So the next question is to Mr. Noble. So as a legal and capital market expert, what structural or policy reform do you believe will unlock private equity and capital investments into the Nigerian insurance industry?
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. So, in terms of unlocking investments in the insurance company, right? So we are going to look at it from the investor's perspective. So I'm an investor and I want to invest in the insurance company. So what am I actually looking for? First of all, I cannot come to invest in a company where the regulatory framework is unclear, right? So as an investor, I'm looking at your company, I'm looking at your country, because most of the investors that invest in these companies are really, foreign client, foreign oriented, and even the indigenous investors and the HNIs, right? They need to really ensure that there is a clear regulatory policy in the country. So if our laws are not very well protecting their interest, I'm not sure they won't come in. Secondly is access to the capital market. So an investor is looking at the capital markets of the company itself and thinking to himself, if I do a CP in this insurance company, how protected would my investment be? I mean, if the investor is not getting that sort of access in the capital market, then there's really nothing the investors is actually looking for. And the third part of it is the the other aspect of it is exit, right? So as an investor, I'm investing in an insurance company. Am I guaranteed my exit? So what are my exit possibilities? Am I going to do an IPO on this private company? Am I going to do perhaps an M&A? Am I going to do a secondary buy on this contract? I mean, these are key considerations that an investor is going to look into before he goes to invest in this sector. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So this is quite insightful. So for our audience, please make sure you are writing your questions because you are also going to contribute towards the discussion. So the next question is to Mrs. Tiamiyu. So what are the Institute's strategic initiatives to support insurers and underwriters in expanding access to insurance for Nigerian underserved population, mainly through microinsurance?
Thank you very much. The first one that we have done or we're doing is to encourage insurance organizations to adopt a school. We keep saying, let's catch them from young. All of us in this room, we're like dried fish, we can't bend again. So we're already bent to whatever we want to do in insurance. But those young ones, they have a future in insurance. They are untapped resources for the industry. So organizations are being encouraged to adopt a school. It could be your old school, the secondary school you went to. It could be the primary school you went to. It could be anything, a school in your neighborhood where your companies are or something. So you catch them from young. Apart from that, the Institute is also working in collaboration with the college to ensure that we also train, we train, and we keep training. Yes, we may say that support has not been so good or patronage has not been so good because a lot of people prefer international trainings for obvious reasons. But we see companies sending staff members to still come and listen and learn. So our hope is that by those learnings, they will be able to put it into practice in their various fairs and then latch on to improving the industry. We also collaborate with BusinessDay and all other media organizations to make sure that insurance is taken to the grassroots. But the most significant for now, the latest one, is the partnership with the UNDP that is driving microinsurance and inclusive insurance to the barest masses. So that's the one we're currently on. That is being done through partnership with the College of Insurance and Financial Management.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So the next question is to Mr. Semwayo. So what opportunity do you see for embedding insurance into banking platform to deepen access and simplify uptake of insurance to low-income earners?
I think, banking plays a very, important role because, if you look in the insurance industry in Nigeria, the penetration of insurance into the retail side is significantly lower than on the corporate side. So I think banks have, expansive distribution models from, branches to their platforms. You interact with your bank more often than you interact with your insurance company. I always think that you hope you never have to call your insurer. That should be what you think about when you're buying an insurance product. So, banking, you interact with your bank more. So I think, banks play a critical role in terms of having that, what we call, the last mile to the customer. They will help insurers, have, be able to reach customers in an affordable way. But I do think that there are some, things that needs to change. In countries where bancassurance have been significantly successful, it's also because of what regulation permits. In Nigeria, from a regulatory perspective, if you read the rules that CBN and NICOM have jointly written, they make bancassurance not attractive to banks, right? So in most models around bancassurance, the bank gets the bulk of the profits, primarily because they are the ones that are really giving you that opportunity. So I think the regulation needs to evolve to be able to allow, for number one, to incentivize banks to actually do it, right? So if I'm not a shareholder or if I don't commonly own the two institutions, both the bank and insurance company, there is no incentive for the bank to do it, because the maximum value that a bank can get is 40% of the commission that a broker gets. So I think regulation needs to change to be able to allow for that to happen. So currently, if an insurer and a bank are part of the same holding company, you can't have a bancassurance agreement. So there are quite a number of things that needs to change from a regulatory perspective. But I think, bank provides the opportunity for the last mile. They've got significant opportunities for data because they know what clients are buying. If we see you buying nappies, we know that you're going to have a child. So, it's an opportunity for you to do other things. So I think they've got last mile, they've got data, and the collaboration is key. But for that collaboration to really work, we really need a change in the regulation, to help with that.
Yes, thank you so much. So the next is to Mrs. Rashidat. So how is AXA Mansard using technology to improve customer experience, trust, and claim transparency, especially in uncertain times?
Do we ever have uncertain times? Is the question I have to ask these days, because every year I say that is tough, but it seems another tougher year is ahead. But 2025 is a great year, so we won't go there. So I'm a tech enthusiast, I like to say, because I believe that technology has the ability to democratize and create transparency, remove all sorts of opaqueness, and ensure that everybody understands things if it is well implemented. So on our side, I would say we're on a journey. I'm not sure we're actually at the high destination. We were working with tech partners where we've been able to use AI tools, for example, to be able to do car inspection. So typically in Nigeria, we don't have a database, a motor database that we can all count on, that will ensure that the car exists and is in a good condition. It's one of the uncertainties in Nigeria. If you're selling motor insurance abroad, you don't need to worry. You just go to pick the car details. Well, here in Nigeria, you need to get the details. You need to see the vehicle. So we're partnering, for example, with a digital partner to actually do inspection at a fraction of the cost it costs to take our staff there. You can empower the customer. You can do some level of, validation of the location where it was done, what was done. It keeps the video. The AI checks all the scratches and all. And you can also use that tool when there's a claim to compare the vehicle, the condition as it is when after the accident to what it was before. So the new incidences, the one that was there before. So you can use it to manage claims, and also what is new. So I think that's been very interesting. We're also using some level of digitization and technology to simplify life claims liquidations, for example, where we're now having maybe about 85% of those claims being done without any interruption.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Norma Obonna. Let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Pope Francis dies at age 88. Nigerian breweries returns to profitability after 2 years losses. Government must own the insecurity crisis in Nigeria to find lasting solutions, says Dr. Ikebe. El Salvador offers Venezuela prisoners swap involving U.S. deportees. Alexander-Arnold fuels Real Madrid speculations after Liverpool win. To begin the news, the Catholic Pontiff Pope Francis has died aged 88, a day after his appearance at St. Peter's Square on Easter Sunday. This was revealed by Cardinal Kevin Farrell in a statement published by the Vatican on its Telegram channel. The Argentine pontiff, leader of the Catholic Church since March 2013, spent 38 days being treated for double pneumonia at Rome's Gemelli Hospital before seeming to recover and leaving the facility on March 23rd. The Pope's death came just a day after he delighted the crowds of worshippers at the Vatican on Easter Sunday with an appearance on the balcony at St. Peter's Basilica. Moving on, Nigerian breweries has returned to profitability after 2 years of excess-induced losses dealt a blow to the company's earnings. The Lagos-based firm declared a net profit of 44.6 billion naira in its 2025 unaudited first quarter results, a 186% raise from the 52.1 billion loss recorded in the same period last year. According to analysts, the performance was driven by strong revenue growth, tamer cost pressures, and a sharp decline in FX losses. And to end the local news, BusinessDay Management Board Chairman Dr. Richard Ikebe has called on the government at all levels in Nigeria to own the insecurity problems in the country in order to find lasting solutions. Dr. Ikebe revealed this today, April 21st, 2025, during his appearance on BusinessDay television, BDTV, while speaking on solutions to tackle the menace of insecurity in the country. He revealed that there is a need to implement security policies across regions, onboard more security experts, and see security from a broader perspective. The media and research giant added that there is a need for regional study to see factors responsible for insecurity and insisting that there are different phases in each region. Now to the foreign scene, El Salvador's president has offered to repatriate 252 Venezuelans deported by the U.S. and imprisoned in his country if Venezuela releases the same number of political prisoners. Nayib Bukele appealed directly to the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro, revealing that many of the Venezuelan deportees had committed rape and murder, while Venezuelan political prisoners were jailed only because they opposed Maduro, whose re-election last year was widely disputed. Venezuela's chief prosecutor, Tarek William Saab, criticized Bukele's proposal, demanding to know what crimes that the deportees were accused of. Meanwhile, the Venezuelan government has argued that it has no political prisoners, a claim rejected by right groups. And to end the news, Trent Alexander-Arnold has refused to dismiss speculation linking him with a summer move to Real Madrid after scoring the decisive goal in Liverpool's 1-0 win over Leicester City on Sunday. The England right-back made his return from a 5-week injury layoff and netted the only goal of the game with a stunning strike, moving the Reds within one win of claiming their second Premier League title in 35 years. while key teammates like Mohamed Salah and Virgil van Dijk renewed their contracts in the recent weeks, there has been no progress on a contract extension for the 25-year-old at his boyhood club. And that does it this afternoon for the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Omona. Keep watching BDTV.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Fintech, startup, and investor be legally structured to accelerate access without risking compliance or consumers' trust.
Okay, thank you very much. So in terms of partnership, right? So when we look at the insurance company, the insurtech and the fintech, we see a lot of strategic alliances, right? I know AXA and I think AXA, Mansard and Carbon, they did a sort of a strategic, partnership, where perhaps they use their interoperability, they deploy perhaps their, I'm talking about Carbon, their, fintech expertise. Why AXA, Mansard, comes, with their own traditional insurance expertise, and it becomes a very good platform for insuring and showing insurance to the to the world rather. Again, you see a situation where there's a JV, a joint venture, right, between the insurance companies and the fintech, right, and also in terms of strategic, in terms of collaboration. Again, we see the era of technology, right. I know my cover AI, they recently raised funds, and I think that was in 2023. So they raised funds for insurance, for deploying insurance activities, experts for training, for onboarding, for expertise about insurance security. So essentially, right, these are ways, where you see a lot of collaboration. And in terms of collaboration, right, again, like the first question, my first question where I answered, right, there is a need for an enable and a very strong regulation in the country, because without this regulation, the collaborations that we see between the insurance company, the fintech, the insurtech is not going to exist, right? Thank you.
Thank you. So back to Mrs. Tiamiyu. So given your role in setting industry competencies, how do you see AI and data analysis being embedded into future training to help insurer better predict and respond to uncertainties?
Thank you very much. Embedding or onboarding, using AI to improve trainings. From the Institute, yes, we believe that technology is good. But you will not agree with me that technology has a very bad side to it. For now, we are not fully embracing technology in the training and examination process because of the bad side of it. However, we rely more as a date on feedback from participants. What do we mean by that? Instead of me to use AI to determine somebody is buying diapers and because of that, the person is having a baby, that example you cited, what we rather do is you come or we get feedback from our clients, which are the insurance organizations, to say, what are your areas of need? So we have not gone to the level of using AI to determine the insurance, the future needs of the industry. We're actually waiting for feedback and what we see. For instance, we know that a lot of companies are going into cyber insurance. We don't need AI to determine that. So we know we need to train and develop in that. We know we are expanding in micro insurance. We will train and develop on that. We have feedback from members that though there are deficiencies in the deployment of IFRS 17 and whatever, we will do that. So right now, AI is not one of our core usage in developing trainings and development. It does not mean that we will not get there later, but we're just being careful, because by the time we deploy fully AI and we say we want to start embedding it into training and examination, the few experience we had on training was not palatable. People log in when you want to do training and they are not listening. They are doing other things. So when you tell them to do the exam, they will tell you, you did not teach us this, you did not teach us that. And you're like, but we took this thing. Obviously, they weren't listening. So from experience, for now, from the Institute, we do not deploy so much use of AI in development of training modules and examination process. But we can improve.
Thank you so much.
We will improve.
Yes. So, Mr. Semayo, so how can underwriting model evolve to accommodate new and emerging risk in Nigeria, especially as natural disasters and climate-related events become more frequent?
I think, so from a general insurance perspective, climate risk is definitely making insurance very expensive. And I think there is an importance for, the industry to look at the, how much it will impact in terms of, premium increases. And I think the first things is just to look at, previous events that have happened. How has it actually impacted, farmers? How is it impacting, claims on property and all of that? So I think it's a matter of, looking at prior history of what is the impact. And I think in that regard, you can even look at, separate countries. So for me, I think it's really requires collaboration across the industry, especially, if you are going to look at how, it's impacting, because, each and every insurer might be impacted to a greater or lesser extent, but if you're able to share that information across the industry of, claims that can be assigned to that will be, quite important. I think for a particular insurer, one of the things that you need to do is to do scenario to say, looking at other countries, if your claims are to go up by 10%, 20%, what is that impact on your premium? And then you start, adjusting for that. The last point that I would make is that, insurance is supposed to be risk pooling, right? So there has to be some level of sharing of risk. Once you start to make everyone, pay for their own risk, by that I mean, in one of the countries which I worked in, South Africa, one part of the country, KZN, has significant impacts of climate risk. The premiums in that region can be as high as 40 or 50%. You're actually starting to get insurers rethinking whether they, from a retail perspective, they want to cover them or not. And I think what's important is how do you actually think about, for one of the companies that we worked with was to diversify. How can you actually reduce your exposure to that region whilst increasing your exposure in the other region to lessen the impact? Because I think if you price each and every single risk of what AI and data analytics now allow, you actually also move to the point where it's almost as if everyone is paying for their own risk. There isn't an element of risk pooling. So I think it's really looking at the impacts, comparing how it has impacted other countries, looking at the history, and you can see that farmers are already being impacted by climate.
Thank you. So, Mrs. Rashidat, can you share your experience where insurance literacy campaign significantly impacted public perception and uptake in underserved communities?
So I would say to you that I think we had some examples shared today. There's been a lot of activities that's been happening where people are going into not just Lagos and in the big places. Even in Lagos, we have the markets, we have, some areas where literally they need that education. So I first of all have to thank, the CII, the NIA. There's been a lot of sort of awareness building activities that's been happening. I think there was a time we went to different local governments across the country as well, where we had insurance companies just go on. A few of my team members actually went by boat to one community with other people, and that was able to raise more awareness. So when I hear the point today that students now know what is premium, what is claim, we were not at that place before. So I would say that we've made, sort of a path forward. On our side, for example, we also ran an initiative during our inclusive process where we went into the market and we're asking them questions on how they manage risks. I think that was very impactful for us because it helped us to change our product offering. So apart from the fact that you can educate people more, you actually learn how to better deliver those solutions in those communities, how they are using it. Why? It is what people are used to that they work with. So if I take South Africa, where funeral insurance is such a big deal, is because they had a culture before where people were putting money together to take care of themselves during the funeral. So when they did the insurance, it made sense for people to buy funeral insurance. In Nigeria, God forbid, it's not something that everybody wants to talk about. So here we have people who are using Ajo, who are paying money. They have, I've spoken to market women, they have 6 different types of contribution: daily, weekly, monthly, every 3 months. So we have to rethink our approach. We have to rethink how we're working with them. So that's the way the work is. So if I will summarize it, yeah.
Thank you. So Mr. Obase, lastly, what is your legal and financial implication of increased merger and acquisition activity in insurance space, particularly as firms seek scale to survive in uncertain environment? Okay. What are your legal and financial implications? Let me take it again. So what are the legal and financial implications of increased merger and acquisition activities in the insurance space, particularly as firms seek scale to survive in uncertain environment?
Okay, thank you very much. So essentially, when we talk about M&A activities within the insurance space, so M&A is one of the ways of restructuring companies, right? Where you have one company that wants to acquire the another company. So for an M&A transaction, you typically look at compliances and approval. So within the insurance space, you look at so first of all, any M&A within the insurance space, you need an approval from NICOM, National Insurance Commission. You need an approval. Right now, I think CBN is even involved, and you need an approval from FCCPC, right? So there wouldn't be any sort of M&A that would go on within that space without those approvals being cleared, right? And secondly, in terms of the insurance company, so M&A is looking at including the reps and warranties, which you are going to actually include as clauses when you are doing your legal due diligence, right? Or your risk management in companies that you wish to acquire. So by looking at those instances, you are ensuring that the company, the insurance company is really sorry.
Continue.
Okay, you're ensuring that the insurance company is really the company, that the sector that you want to invest in, and that you've taken care of any exigencies or any eventualities that is going to come that would arise after the M&A activities. And also doing M&A, we look at risk diversification. So for every M&A transaction, there is actually what one of the company is doing that the merger wants to expatiate on or wants to amplify on, right? There's a product line that perhaps, say, if the insurance company is is doing life, and perhaps M&A is going to come in to say, what, there's a lot of risk within this, why don't we diversify to non-life, right? Or perhaps take it bigger to to insurance. So those are things that M&A definitely consider when they are going into that sector.
Yes, thank you. So let's throw the conversation to the audience to ask this esteemed panel what you feel about this conversation, navigating uncertainties and expanding access in the Nigerian insurance sector. So we're throwing the question to the audience. So somebody else. Okay. So.
Thank you very much. My name is Femi Abiodun from Leadway. My question goes to Mrs. Rashidat. I just want to ask, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank the adoption of that tool that you mentioned for inspection? Would you say, what on a scale of 1 to 10? Can you just say, tell us? Thank you.
For taking the questions one by one. So, they've talked about change management. We have learned from our own experience of launching new tools. So we don't launch across board. So in the first pilot, the first 15 or 20 people that used it, the adoption level was a bit low, which made us to maybe about 30% concluded it. So we made some changes, simplified the process. By the time we expanded it to a team of 50, we saw an improved level of adoption of those who were using it. So within our own employees who are trained, who are using those tools, who have been approved to use it. So we don't do company-wide anymore because we sometimes find that they're not getting the right support. So we have a process where we're supporting it. So I think the latest expansion we've done, the last proof of concept that we did, which was across regions, we actually saw in the 70% adoption for employees. For clients, it depended on whether the client was digitally savvy or not. For digitally savvy customer, it was so seamless. In fact, one customer called me and told me this is such a great tool. But for those who are not digitally savvy, we see that there is a problem. So you need to help them. So what we do is that we offer a phygital option, physical and digital, to clients to say to them, what would you like to do? We can have someone do it for you, or we could, get you to do it yourself and guide you through. So what we're using now is how-to videos. Like simplified videos. We're working with a particular company who is also creating simple, digitalized, more gamified training materials that can be used by both our staff and clients to use that tool. But I think it's an exciting opportunity that we can leverage as an industry, and we're already having conversations with the NIA around some of the innovations that will be cheaper and more affordable if many more people used it. So maybe that's also a window that we can discuss. Thanks.
Thank you. Just one more question and...
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shola Ogune. I work for Linkers Insurance Brokers. My question goes to Mr. Semayo. I want to ask a question on annuity. Do you think annuity practitioners, like insurance companies, should have their own custodian? Like you have PFA has a PFC that warehouses the fund. Do you think the insurance company should have something like that, like a custodian that separately manage annuity fund, so that it can be, technically tracked, so you know what is from annuity? Because the risk facing annuity business is quite different from the risk facing traditional insurance. Do you think the industry should look at that? Should that be a policy or an enabling act or a guideline from NICOM and PENCOM to have a separate custodian house that manages annuity fund? Thank you.
All right. So I think currently it's already a custodian. So in the current setup, as the retail life annuity provider, all the assets are kept with the custodian that you have to appoint. And that custodian is approved by both PENCOM and NICOM to actually provide that custodian service. And whenever an insurance company has to move the surplus fund from the investments for annuities, they need to get approval from NICOM. And there's actually a rule that you can't transfer more than 80% of that surplus. So they are only the custodian, as in they hold the assets, but they don't make the investment decisions. You, as the retail life annuity provider, you make the decision. So I think what is...
You are watching Business Day.